everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. It has been too long indeed, but we are very excited to be back. Just as a couple of small things before we really dive into the session, Felicity is going to be just a little bit late. She ran into some issues today, but she will be arriving eventually. And just as a heads up, I am a teensy bit sick. So I might go into fits of coughing, but that's about the worst of it. And there are some occasional hot flashes. No big deal. So if you see me profusely sweating, it's either because the drama is so intense or I'm just dying, and I can't take off any more than this. As much as I want views, I won't DM shirtless. I don't.
Coward.
All right, fine.
Show us your tits, Joseph.
Let's see them.
Let's see those tents.
We'll do a
Those
D&D
tents.
a D&D bathroom hot tub stream. There you go. Better drink
you
up then.
Oh,
You're right.
Bathroom stream.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
about that
it
one.
is right there. Fastest piss in the West, if
Ew.
I recall correctly. So,
Oh, God.
This will be our last session.
yeah. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive right in, dude. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, 'tis not I to do the summary. Thank you for the 4 months. Schnuff, what a cool person. This great username too. I just really love saying it. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, it is not I that does the summary. It is Ryan for the Crimson Court. So Ryan, whenever you are ready, take it away.
All right. Session 13, Beneath Sacred Ground. The session opens immediately with the King's Hand being attacked and killed by Alondor Vathrin. However, Via suddenly wakes up from her magically induced coma, the whole thing being a dream or perhaps a vision. She speaks to Father Stillwater and requests guards to go and see the heirs, but is met by Captain Dawnguard instead. The other siblings are able to intercept, but Via is required to go and speak to High Solar Derek. The High Solar was surprisingly gentle with Via, though, opening up about his own experience with family troubles as his father supported the Kythons during the Calamity. He asks Via if Talon or her siblings ever did fall to corruption, would she have the strength to stand against them? After this, Via is released and the heirs continue their journey to get the approval from the other churches to halt Derek's investigation. They head to the Church of the Unbroken to speak with Eridon Stokeworth and receive their signature for the writ. However, Eridon acknowledges that they cannot give their permission, as Alondor was the only signature that they had received at this point, and they didn't want to work with the Cleansing Tempest in this matter. They, however, said that they would sign should the heirs receive support from the other two churches. At the Church of Unity, the heirs speak with High Arbiter Cadus Lutheran. The conversation goes well, and the Arbiter seems to be on their side and open to their arguments. He even suggests that they sign a second writ, one written in secret, allowing them to make a more stealthy attempt at saving the Lady Paramount should it prove necessary. With the two writs signed, the King's Hand receives the signatures from the Church of the Unbroken and also the Church of the Broken Sun. With everything they need, the heirs return to the rectory to speak with the High Solar. He receives the first writ, but informs them that the investigation has closed and that the Lady Paramount will be executed the following day. The heirs use the writ to secure an audience, seeing the state that the Lady Paramount is in and speaking with her. They deduce that in her quest to learn more about her vision, she received an artifact connected to the Dragon's Triarchy without quite realizing what it was. This piece of evidence was what Derek was using to justify her execution.
All right, thank you so much, Ryan. So, 1 second. Took a bite of a Slim Jim at the worst time. I knew when you were going to stop, but I still was like...
I was like, that was a brave bite to take, but okay. I understand.
Can't get enough of that meat.
Had to do the Guy Fieri where you you tuck it in the corner and be like, all right, so it's got a lot of unctuousness to it. Anyway, that is where we're going to pick up, actually. It's something a little bit different here. So if you were here last time, thank you. Sorry about your bad luck. We had innumerable tech issues at the end where my internet decided to commit seppuku, and the stream ended rather abruptly. So we are going to backpedal just a little bit. And in order to make up for that lost part of the session, I went through the effort along with John and Gemma to write a small scene that covers the the majority of what that moment was about that was kind of lost to the annals of the internet. So we're gonna have a little scene reading here, and then we'll dive right back into the game.
I'm so excited for this.
So let's go ahead and dive in, and we'll set the mood.
Boy.
In the dimly lit basement of the Emberlin Rectory, tensions rise as Lady Iridessa stands before her accuser. The air is thick with urgency and conflict as Derek Marathis holds a small green rod of jade and ember, evidence of what he considers to be heresy. Present are the 5 Falkrest siblings, Edwin, Xanthi, Kaelin, Merrick, and Via, each with their own concerns about what's unfolding. The confrontation reaches its breaking point as Derek pronounces his judgment.
Evidence. Coupled with the display in the rectory, there are very few alternatives to her being a cultist of some kind. Or worse yet, a harbinger of doom. What she insists is a prophetic vision must not be allowed to leave these walls. It would only inspire others, or embolden cultists lurking in the shadows.
Derek turns to Lady Iridessa, his expression severe.
The prophecy she uttered ends here and now. The only way to ensure she does not spread this false foretelling of dragons and prevent a rise of a dragon cult is death. A sentence she has more than earned.
This is madness!
At that point, Edwin steps forward, placing himself between Derek and Iridessa.
Lady Iridessa acted unknowingly, unwittingly even. She purchased an artifact she didn't understand. Since when do we condemn people to death for ignorance?
Since ignorance threatened to bring dragons back to our shores. The King in Crimson began as a man with curiosity too, Prince Edwin. Would you have spared him as well?
Do not twist my words. She is not Alistar Draven. She has served the realm faithfully for decades. What evidence do you have that she's intended harm? That she knowingly conspired with the dragon cultists?
Intent! The road to ruin is paved with good intentions, your highness. It matters not whether she meant to channel this corruption, only she did.
And who are you to make that judgment? A man so blinded by zealotry, he can't see the difference between malice and mistake. The Church of the Broken Sun does not have the authority.
We have every authority, especially when other institutions fail to recognize the threat. I demand you leave before you further interfere with this sacred duty.
Sacred duty? Is that what you call murder these days?
Oh, enough.
Both men fall silent, turning to Xanthi, who steps forward.
This bickering gets us nowhere. The Lady Iridessa ought to be punished for possession and the use of an item in connection to the Dragon's Triarchy. On that much we agree, High Solar Marathas. But you fail to consider the instability such sentencing risks, the civil unrest it invites.
Derek tries to interject, but Xanthi continues.
The Lady Iridessa is not some low-ranking woman of the cloth. She is the Lady Paramount of House Emberlin. You fail to consider what would become of these lands, how the people would respond, where they will turn. This matter ought to be handled more delicately. Punished? Yes. But to have her kept secreted away only to be executed before any are to know the truth of the situation. Be grossly short-sighted, or may even say incompetent.
Mind your words, princess.
Your plan only invites chaos, High Solar Marathas. And chaos breeds corruption, does it not? You'd be causing more than you would end.
What a childish worldview to have. When all manner of creatures have tried to destroy not only Adaria but the world. Many of them being devils of the rings of hell. Creatures that operate by law. In fact, Azazris herself was a creature that operated by her own laws. So, princess, do not lecture me on chaos and law. When the true war is between good and evil.
I would request you mind your tone, High Solar. You are not only speaking to a member of the King's Hand, but a well-respected member of the court and a princess of the realm. It would do you some good to speak to her with more respect.
There's a tense silence that fills the room.
I simply implore you to handle this more delicately. That the Lady Iridessa be dealt with in respects to her standings. Her connection is severed. Let her be imprisoned, or likewise however you see fit, so that damage can be mitigated, not caused.
Via steps in closer from the shadows, with Merrick placing a protective hand on her shoulder as Kaelin watches with narrowed eyes.
Perhaps, if we are allowed to search Sunvale Keep for any remnants belonging to the Dragon's Triarchy, if we find nothing, then perhaps we can move to a lesser punishment.
At that point, his expression hardens.
But mark my words. If we find anything that furthers her connection, the only punishment she will receive is eternal purification. Death by radiant immolation.
Fine then, search the keep. And I pray to all gods, old and new, that your zeal for purification doesn't blind you to true justice.
We are agreed then.
Secure the Lady Paramount. We move for Sunvale Keep immediately.
With that, the group prepares to depart the rectory basement, the fate of Lady Iridessa hanging in the balance as they set course for Sunvale Keep. And scene. Good job, everybody. So I'd like to take that from the top, and I have a couple of notes if we're okay with notes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll move on. Sorry, theater teacher coming out a little bit. Let's put that back in the box. So let's go ahead and continue on. As all of you sort of make this solemn march out of the rectory basement, you can see there are several other solar champions wearing that same heavy plate armor, mechanized, powered by Ryanite. Their footfalls thunderous as they march behind all of you and Derek, and you make the short walk to Sunvale Keep. Takes about 15 minutes to get there from the basement rectory, gathering the troops and then heading to Sunvale. Now, I will say, at this point, it is about 7:30, 8 o'clock, so the sun has already begun to set. It is only this thin line of red and gold that sort of paints the edges of Sunvale Keep. As all of you approach, the gates are shut, as the King's Hand and these select few members of the Church of the Broken Sun approach. The guards look down, and you recognize some of these guards, the same ones that have let you pass a few times during your stay here. However, seeing the Church of the Broken Sun accompanying you, they do not open the gates immediately. One of the guards runs off, seeing the church accompanied by you approach. And one of the guards says,
What is your business here?
Directed to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Edwin walks over to the siblings to see if anyone else is going to pick this up, or...
Is Edwin not wanting to? What's happening? He's a church boy. He goes to church.
Yeah, but we're at Well, this isn't a church. Oh, wait, is this... Wait, oh, am I
It's
fucked
not religious
up in my
people.
brain?
Oh.
No, this
do
is,
it.
this is Sunvale
I'll
Keep.
do it.
Videos is our lead
I just know the agreement was that
Lionel.
we're letting Edwin talk here, so.
at the churches.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
Well,
this
in that
is
case,
this
if
is the
he's
seat of
not-
power of House Emberlin. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Merrick.
What was.
Yeah. The church wishes to search the premises to see if there are any questionable artifacts on site. Could you please retrieve your master?
We have sent for him.
You can see There's no further
We'll wait.
questioning. About 10 minutes pass. You can see Derek is starting to get impatient. But at that point, Prince Lionel does ascend the steps and stands on the rampart of the gate of Sunvale Keep and says, I'm sorry, what is the meaning of this? I was told that the King's Hand approaches with the Church of the Broken Sun. I must be mistaken, am I not?
It's in your best interest to open the gates,
And for why?
so this investigation can come to an end. You have no secrets to hold here, I am sure. Let it be over with.
It includes the well-being of your mother.
You've seen my mother.
Yes, we did.
Was she
She's
injured at all?
Okay.
Yes.
So, you bring thugs and brigands to my gate to open up so they can come investigate my keep, my mother's keep. And you want me to just be okay with that? What is to say they won't plant information or evidence to further incriminate my mother? It seems as though they have no problem beating a lady paramount. What is to stop them from doing more?
If you wish to deny further, one can only assume that there is something hidden here. That this investigation is being infringed for a reason. The church will have to make its conclusions only from what they can understand outside of it. Please, open the gates.
Make a persuasion check, Xanthi, with disadvantage.
I'm so good at those.
Well,
Is Nancy good at persuasion?
no.
I believe it.
I think she has a -1 or +1.
It's too many P's.
Just too many P's.
Yeah, there is! There's 3 of them! What the fuck, man? And now it's already
Persuasion,
rolling.
perception.
Hello?
Okay, 14.
Does that only roll 1? Does it hate
You
me?
only rolled 1.
10.
10.
Okay.
Hell yeah, even better. 10, let's go, baby.
I cast
I'm
guidance.
sure that'll be enough.
Later.
That's
I guess
later.
guidance later. That's awesome. So, they have kept my mother locked away in the rectory for almost 3 weeks now. Almost a month. They've provided no information as to why, other than they've invoked their edict. And you simply wish for me to trust that? Maybe perhaps if you had placed more trust in me when you first arrived in Faithspire, I would be happy to return the favor, but no. So no, you come asking for me to allow these individuals who've done nothing but harm my family in these past month free access into the keep, the very sacred halls of House Emberlin.
Caitlin's gonna step forward, kind of lower it voice. Lionel, we are trying to save your. We are doing everything in our power to save. Nobody here is happy to play these games. No one. But this is the way it works. So we must let them continue their investigation, or else it will be far worse for everyone.
Lionel, would you allow me to come in to speak with you? Just me.
Real quick, Kalen, make a persuasion check. And this will affect whether he allows,
I believe in you, Kayla.
what his next choice is.
Guidance. But later.
Lionel, what's that over there? It's...
Oh, let's go,
Yes!
Lady Caitlin.
God, that was on a 5 for so long on my screen that it went.
Hear any of my clapping?
He looks to you for a long time, Kalen, after you say that, and then Merrick, as you speak up, you can see he's weakened a little bit, and says, I hear you, Kalen. Allow Prince Merrick to enter. And you can see he walks down the parapet and down the stairs to meet you by the gate.
Merrick will walk forward, ready to be let in.
Yeah. So the doors open just a bit, and they allow you to pass, shut behind you, and the brace is put back in the wall, back in the door. And Lionel stands there, arms folded, and says, "Well, what do you have to say? I must insist, though, that I'm not in any way, shape, or form comfortable with this."
It's just the two of them talking, right?
Yeah,
Like,
the
they've
guards
stepped away from like any
have-
other guards and stuff.
No, they've walked away at this point.
Can we be like seen like through like the gate bars? We've just stepped away, but like we can like be seen.
No, so the door itself is completely solid.
Got it.
So it's like two big wooden swinging doors that come together and then shut with a bar.
Okay,
It's not like a
okay,
portcullis.
that works too.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't need to be as careful then,
Okay.
theoretically. I understand your concerns, especially after what we found, and believe me, I'm concerned too. I'm going to ask you to put a little faith in me, but hear me out, okay? What I want you to do is you'll agree with conditions, but not tonight. Say that you are concerned with how they've led their investigation, and considering we got permission from all 4 churches to look into it, you have every right to be concerned about that investigation. Your own church is suspicious of what's going on. Say that you want others here as well, not just their church. Because if they are colluding on something, you want other people here to make sure that nothing is planted or manipulated or anything like that. Are you hearing me?
I am, but
But listen. Tonight, I'm going to try and talk to my siblings. We believe we have a way to get her out of there, but I'm going to need to convince them to go along with it. But I need time. Can you buy me some time?
You would break her out.
Yes.
But what if she's found guilty? You don't.
She's already been found guilty.
Do you plan to
Your
invoke
mother-
one of the edicts of the Concord?
Is that second writ that we got? Oh, wait. Wait, that's the one where, like, we go to war and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so the Concord of the Crowns, which as far as Merrick would know, it's just about what happens if there's a question about succession.
Right. That's okay, that's why I got confused.
Yeah.
I was like, why would we invoke that? We have a second writ from the other churches giving us permission to use more unorthodox methods to get her out of there.
You have to understand it would gravely damage the Church of the Broken Sun's perception of you.
If we're caught, yes. Like I said, I have a plan, and it's complicated. There's something your mother told us about her vision that I think it's important that it's heard, and I think that it will change a lot when it is heard.
You see kind of his
I'm
eyes
sorry, I'm...
narrow for a moment at that. Make a persuasion check, Merrick.
Not my specialty.
You see he definitely can see where you're coming from, and this will just depend on the how he frames his response and how much he's willing to give up.
Yes! Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
All right. There you go. I'm not very good
Sorry
at
if that
these.
was really loud.
No, that's okay. You're good. The spy master. I know that he serves the king and the council, but he still is a banner bearer of House Emberlin. Perhaps I could convince him to create a trail for the Church of the Broken Sun to follow to perhaps put the blame on someone else for breaking my mother out. But there will need to be some concession made, yes. Perhaps I can allow 2 or 3 of the sentinels in at a time of the Church of the Broken Sun. Not allowed to investigate, always accompanied by 2 of my personal guard to ensure they don't investigate, but to know that we're not tampering with anything. All right.
At the end of the day, Lionel, this is your mother. I promised you I'd do everything I can to help her. This is the best way I know how to do it, so I'll follow your lead, but I mean it. I'm gonna do everything I can.
No, I know, and I know all of you have not but the best intentions for Adaria. But it's good to know where your allegiances lie with the houses. I'll do everything I can to help you all, I promise. If there's anything you need from the churches, there are a few favors they owe us, so perhaps there's more support we can get from them. You said something about writs you'd received from them. I wish you would have spoken to me beforehand. I perhaps could have made it quite a bit easier for you to get them, aside from whatever concessions you made.
Oh,
but
sorry, we were trying to go with speed.
I understand. What matters now is what's said here. I will allow some of them in to maintain watch, and with the coordination of the Church of Unity and the Church of the Crimson Tempest, that should be enough to get them interested. I'm very confident there's nothing in our keep. My mother is not an evil woman. I promise you.
It was said I believe you, it was said in front of her that if anything was found, she would be executed, and she swore there wouldn't be. I think she would have tried to talk her way out of it, just who's not afraid of dying, right?
Exactly.
But listen, I know we have a plan. When we go out there, I still want you to have that little bit of edge, that little bit of anger. You know, I've convinced you to grant the succession, but don't act like everything's fine. You're still upset with them, right?
All right, I will try. I must admit, I'm not always been the best actor, but I'll do what I can.
Maybe this will help. And Merrick will just kind of give him like a shove, just to kind of like catch him off guard.
You see, kind of like adjusts his mane.
Do it back. Come on.
And he, like, with this, like, lion-like tenacity. All right.
Jesus.
Sorry.
All right, you got it?
Yes.
No, that was perfect. All right. He just kind of like taps his shoulder. I got you. Whatever happens.
Open the gate.
Dusts himself off.
I'm done speaking with the prince. And he kind of looks at you. Is that okay?
Nice touch. Yeah, it was good. That was good.
All right. He kind of heads back up the stairs. As the bar is lifted off, the guards reapproach. The bar is lifted. That was kind of crazy. I don't know why I didn't get the natural 20 noise now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jesus, dude.
That's fantastic.
Lionel, easy on the fanfare. You're supposed to be angry.
All right. So with that, you will head up. Merrick, the gate is open for you. You exit, and Lionel will head up to the top of the parapet again and say, "Against my better judgment, the words all of you have spoken to me, there is reason behind them. However, it has been clearly shown to me that the Church of the Broken Sun is at least partially unable to conduct an unbiased investigation. I still do not trust all of you to investigate this keep without planting some information so you can vindicate your verdict. That being said, I will permit to a search of this keep. In 3 days' time, with cooperation from the Church of Unity to organize it and ensure that no foul play happens. And I'll even allow the Church of the Crimson Tempest to enter, to search as well for any remnants of the Crimson Court. That is how confident I am that myself, my mother, and the entirety of House Emberlin have nothing to do with whatever you accuse us of. I understand an apprehension you may have, High Solar, but I would be willing to allow several of your Solar champions access into the keep to ensure that no foul play on our end is done. They may not begin their investigation, they may monitor the holes, they may ensure that no tempering or tampering is done. That is the concession I can make for your confidence in our unwillingness and inability to meddle in this investigation. And then he's going to go ahead and make a deception check. Okay. You see Derek kind of thinks for a moment. And looks down to you, Merrick. And then to Kaylin and Xanthi. Very well. And to prove that I am not so cruel, Prince Lionel, you may come to the rectory this evening and see your mother, should you wish, to ensure that she is in good health. You can see Lionel kind of soften at that and say, Yes, I would. I would love to. That would be good. And Derek looks to all of you once more and back to his Solar Champions and says, You four, you will stay here. One at the gate, the other three will patrol the halls. They nod, and they begin to march their way towards the gates. You can see Lionel says a few things to his guards, and they begin to accompany the champions into the keep as the gate opens once more. Lionel will eventually come down, standing at the threshold of the gate as Derek. Before he, Lionel watching Derek and all of you as you're maybe, 10 feet away at this point, Derek will look down to all of you and say, Well, I hope this shows that I am not unreasonable. I will be back, and I hope that we find nothing to further incriminate the Lady Iridessa. But remember, if we do... And he just lingers on all of you. He doesn't finish his sentence. He doesn't need to. And with that, he will say, Princes and princesses, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And he will give a small bow, and he will turn and walk away with the rest of his champions. With that, all of you are free to enter Sunvale Keep, or speak with Lionel, or, I don't know, get a boat out of here, because this place sucks. Up to you.
Hell yeah,
I think
she's
we
the
should go
third.
home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad, this mission was
We saw
hard.
her. We saw Iridessa. We know the situation. That was our
Everyone
job,
was
right? We
so
can go back.
mean.
I mean, they'll go to investigate
we
the
did-
keep. It'll probably end up fine. We don't need to be here for the rest of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've done our mission. He didn't say save the Lady Iridessa.
Yeah.
I do feel
Just
it
to
was
see
kind of
what up.
implied.
We saw what up.
No, I don't think so. We're in
So
politics.
into
Your
the
word,
keep.
every word means it.
Into the keep, right?
Is
Yeah.
raining?
We have shit to discuss.
Is it
Keep.
raining?
Yeah, outside. I'm
Nope,
gonna take
it's
that as a
not.
no.
No, I shook my head no, but
Yeah, if that was a yes,
Still
that'd be
go
weird.
inside, but like I just, Edwin lingers a little bit, checking out the sun and stuff because it's pretty, and then goes inside.
Okay.
It's evening. The sun's gone.
He literally
what-
described the sun as like a pink little painting in the distance. It was beautiful and shit.
Thin red and
Pay
gold
attention,
line.
Gemma, come on.
Pay attention,
He
Gemma.
did say that.
So Edwin admires what the DM put in front of us and then goes inside.
First.
Can I get my inspiration or?
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Inside.
All right. So all of you head inside.
Inside.
All right. It was rather cold on this October day, especially in the evening. So the hearths are lit all within Sunvale Keep. And as you all approach the gate, Lionel, he says, I'm assuming you'd like to speak somewhere in private.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's one place where they will not bother us. I myself have not been in there since my mother went to the rectory, so no servants are even in there right now. We'll head to the throne of Sunvale Keep.
Lionel, with all due respect, I believe it'd be best you were not here for this conversation. I should like to keep some form of distance,
Of course.
lest the
Princess,
sentencing go a
You do not
certain
need to
way.
justify it. I will direct you to the throne room, and there you can speak. Right next to the seat of power of House Emberlin, with member of House Emberlin not there. Please follow me. And he will march along. And with that, you get to after about 15 minutes of walking deeper and deeper into the keep, eventually getting to the opposite side, you get to a set of ornately decorated dark brown wood, inlaid with gold, depicting the symbol of House Emberlin, that anvil with a halo over top. And thanks BB for the subscription on YouTube. And
Hell yeah.
as Lionel opens the doors, they swing inward, and there you see what is known as Solar Hall and the Cinder Glint throne.
Oh, sick.
Now, even though the sun has already set, and at this point after the walking, the sun is almost fully behind the horizon, there are still these sun-warmed rays that pour through this vast stained glass rose window depicting the broken sun. It turns these dust motes into these sparks of amber. Burnt orange banners hang from marbled columns, their fabric clean, and the smell of incense lingers on them. There's a broad mosaic aisle of gold-flecked marble that leads to an obsidian dais, where House Emberlin's high-backed throne, which is this black steel veined with gold, the Cinder Glint throne, it waits beneath that blazing glass. Incense coil from behind the throne, and you can hear the toll of chapel bells in the distance, and each one of your steps echoes like a prayer within this room. As Prince Lionel, he will look to all of you and say, "You will be free to speak openly here. If there's anything else you need of me, do not hesitate to ask, my princes and princesses. I'm at the service of the King's Hand." And he will bow to all of you, and he will head back to the doors and shut them behind him.
Merrick offers his hand before Lionel leaves and just kind of looks at him.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand.
Merrick will just give him the bro nod.
Yeah. He will not return it, but he will shake your hand.
Damn it.
Okay, so with that, the five of you are alone.
Suppose we must discuss how we all wish for this to end, I suppose.
Yeah, we should.
Before we discuss, I just want to apologize for my behavior. We'll talk about it another time, but at least I feel an apology is due.
I think it'd be wise for all of us to avoid further angering Derek from now on. I'm sure that hopefully doesn't need to be said, but you see the way he looks at us. He's more than willing to somehow involve us, including with the Lady Odessa.
That would be interesting.
But he has the intent. Surely you see it as well.
Oh, yes. But
We do.
on the bright side, due to our shouting match, it does seem like he's easing up a bit with aggression.
I just think it's unwise to try and tempt him further. We need to let him conduct this investigation.
I agree.
Should the Odessa be innocent, then we are able to, well, fight for a lighter sentence, anything that is not death. Be unbecoming to allow such a thing to happen in the first place. And if she's not dead, then we have time and room for further negotiations and figuring out what exactly we do with her. We only get that if we work with Derek. Ensure him that we are aligned in his goals, that we do not wish to see corruption or any remnants of the Dragon's Triarchy. And should their investigation find something that further links them, that there is a deeper connection than just the idol that Lady Odessa had found, I think it would also be unwise for us to try and step in. We cannot risk any links to the Dragon's Triarchy.
I can also agree with that. If there is somehow that they find another artifact of the Dragon's Triarchy in this keep, she is beyond our help at that point.
Exactly. Disprove any innocence she claims. We are not here to protect her without reason. She is a respected Lady Paramount, but if she's involved with such cult activity, we do not owe her that protection. Certainly not after what happened to Uncle.
But as of right now, we owe her protection. She has not been found guilty of actually being a part of the Dragon's Triarchy, the cult, or any of that. She just is an ignorant person at this point in time. Someone who meddled with things they should not have, but you should not be put to death.
All that ignorance. She was trying to find an answer to something she was given. It's not
She was ignorant
ignorance
what she
when
was
you're
using,
doing
though.
research. Sure.
That is a thing
you
that's
wanna call it that.
important.
Regardless,
She did not know it was related to the Dragon's Triarchy when she
Let's-
received the item,
Not talk over
Regardless.
each other.
and we should hope it remains that way.
Regardless, I don't think we're going to. I don't think they are going to find anything else. I think this is all just a big show of power and scared tactics. Did no one else see the look in that woman's eyes? She's not colluding. She's not trying to bring back dragons. She's
Guys,
simply
we have
trying to.
3 dragon eggs. Are we really that hypocritical right now?
I agree with Via,
That's why we shouldn't have kept the eggs.
but we did.
Okay, and that was Dad's choice too. So are you speaking
Let's-
against the king?
Let's not
All I'm
harp
saying is it
on
makes
the
things
eggs.
complicated.
Look, we're here for the Lady Paramount. Let's stay on task, okay? I did see those eyes, Kaylin. She was afraid, which is why I spoke up. She does not deserve, at this moment, to die. And it hurts to see that this power a church has is being used for something like this. The church was supposed to help people, not judge, not cast down verdicts.
But that is also exactly the thing we can use. If he does wish to, well, demand the execution of the Lady Emberlyn, it would be going against the certain standards that our father has been putting up. Heard how they harp on the fact that the churches are the things that work for the people. They get the people on side, whilst the crown is the one that has to stick to more restrictive laws. They are meant to be the kind face to this kingdom. It will not be so kind if the church is the one dealing executions when our father has not for many years.
How long has this been going on?
You would know better than any of us.
Which is scary, because I don't know. It pains me to see that this is happening. I've devoted my whole life to the church. Not once in my missions, in my lifetime of being a devout follower, have I seen this. I know of the churches and of their different ideologies, but this is... Merrick was going to execute the Lady Paramount on a belief based off of one possible fact.
Wait, you
What happened? Wait,
you said
Merrick,
Merrick.
Merrick.
I was like, what the fuck? You mean Derek?
Derek. Yeah.
I was like, I didn't say shit that
Derek,
whole time.
Fucked up. No.
You had your gun pointed at her head the whole time.
Why did you do that? Derek. You knew what I meant. Derek. Getting a couple letters off, all right? Alphabet's hard. Derek.
I understand that that is probably really shocking and hard to deal with, but Dad sent us here to make sure things are gonna be okay. So let's just make sure she's okay. We don't have to worry about whatever else, is going on. Because we're here for one mission alone. So, let's just make sure she's good. Doesn't die. Isn't a fucking dragon apologist. I don't know. We're complicating things. I think the reality is, Via, we live in a very complicated world. I know it may not seem relevant right now, but it is. Everything we do has a ripple effect. People are watching. People are listening. How we react to things, how we handle things. The church's, your church's way of handling things, I'm sorry, brother, but it is very strange. And I agree it's an issue. But to your point, Via, we do need to deal with what's in front of us. I don't think they're going to find anything. I think this is all farce. And we've already made the deal that if they search and they find nothing, our sentence is lessened.
I would like to point out, yes, Via, you are right. Kaylin, you are right. We need to focus on the task at hand. But we cannot lose sight of what is going on here, and this needs to be a concern that we tackle immediately. What would happen if they thought your prophecy went against their beliefs and you were in Lady Iridessa's place?
I agree. I want to save her. I want to protect her. I don't.
I don't want to just save her and protect her. I want to stop what the church is doing.
I understand, but that's bigger than just a trip to Faith Spire, you know? Like, we can handle or work on handling that with time.
And what I'm sorry to say, it's not something that we can just solve overnight.
No, I
Because
know
it
we
won't.
can't solve it overnight. I don't want us to forget.
No, I
understand.
understand, and I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to minimize it.
It's
I
fine.
know you're
No,
taking
it's-
that as the hardest of us, so.
May I speak?
Of course.
I think we have to get her out of there.
Okay.
That egg is gonna hatch within the month. And Solara believes that it's connected to me. The green dragon that Lady Iridessa spoke of in her prophecy could potentially be that dragon. I don't think the church is gonna look favorably upon the crown if we let any punishment happen to her, and then we reveal that we have dragons.
I don't think
Along
that the
with
church
that-
is gonna look good.
Along with that, please. Her prophecy of the dragons is one of hope. One that believes that that dragon is going to help this kingdom. Having the Lady Paramount of Faith Spire believe in what we're doing is going to help us, and selfishly, it's going to help me a lot. Look at what they've done to her for speaking of dragons and having an artifact. What's going to happen to us when we reveal what's really going on? Me in particular.
And that's why we've ensured that she's not executed. Or at least now. And that is why we pray that she does not have anything further connecting her and her keep. We cannot make that connection to the crown here and now. We do not have the backing or the strength to. It's the five of us. We are not going to be the ones to bring in renewed faith to the dragons.
All we need to do, get her out of Derek's hands. Have the Church of Unity or someone hold on to her until we're ready. What do you think Derek's going to do when he hears about the dragon's return and he still has Lady Emberlyn in his cell?
You are the one that wished for the dragons to return. I'm sure you would be able to figure something out.
Your king decided that the dragons were going to return.
Our king.
Now, are we going to support that or are we not?
What happened in that room is made to be kept secret for a reason.
Agreed.
It is our father's decision for when that becomes public. For when the
Agreed.
crown decides that it makes a connection to the dragons. And that is why, until that point happens, we have to abide with the decorum, with the mores of this kingdom. We have to allow Derek to continue his investigation, to not turn against the edicts. And when his sentencing happens, it will be a lighter one than perhaps has historically happened. And then we have room, as I've been saying, to allow for further release or leniency towards her, in a way that does not implicate all of us to be executed alongside.
So it was a lie? As you hear Lionel's voice come from one of the far-off corridors. It was a lie, Merrick. You told me you would try and help her, that you would save her, and yet Princess Xanthi seems to have convinced everyone to let her rot in a cell. And you have dragon eggs! You are hypocrites. All of you.
How far away is he?
30 feet, 40 feet maybe?
Can I try and grab him? Because this feels dangerous.
You want to run up to him?
You want to grab the guy who's in charge of this entire keep right now?
I just want close distance at least. Because if he's going to start yelling this is going to go really fucking poorly really fucking quickly.
If you start running at him, Xanthi, is that what you're doing?
Not necessarily running, but closing distance.
Okay, you start to move closer, and he says, "Stop! Right there! Do not move another inch closer before you decide to
wait a
throw me
second.
off to the dogs!
I
Before
would
you call
like
in the
to
Church of the
speak.
Broken Sun to take me in! What, because I know your
Then
secret
you-
now? You're afraid?
Still and watch your tongue and just listen. Please, if you're going to join the conversation, I need you to come into the room. Now.
He'll take a few steps closer. He's still within the throne room. He was in a corridor kind of off to the side, and he will step in closer. So he's maybe 20 feet away now.
So he was in a secret vent or some shit.
Yeah, you
Pretty
can kind of
sus.
see that there are,
Yeah.
like there's the throne room itself, and kind of how you see there's like those arches on the image. There are these corridors that go back, that just kind of look like they end, but it seems as though there was some type of secret entrance in here.
There's a roundabout. Fuck.
Maybe.
Great.
You have the confidence to speak up, Lionel. You will come closer. I did not want you in this room because I did not want further implications to seem like we are colluding with you, that it is all stacked in the favor of your Lady Emberlyn. This
With all
is
due
working
respect, my
towards
sister
her
talks very
being
loudly.
able to
Doesn't
be
mean we
free.
all necessarily agree with what she says, even though her voice is very loud. No one
I'm
is
working
in
for
total
the same thing
agreement.
that everyone else does here.
Please stop talking
You
over
need
each
I
to
other.
cannot
appreciate. I
believe that
understand
any
how this
of
works
you
more than
will
any
be
of you.
king or queen one day. You hardly know how to interact with each other. You will
Randall,
drive
please
this
go into the
kingdom to
room and have
ruin.
a conversation. Please. I've asked you kindly, do not allow the words of my siblings to speak for who I am. I have shown you nothing but kindness since I have been here.
You and Merrick both, but what does it mean? Empty promises?
You're not
More
seeing
worried
the
about the
picture,
crown's
Lionel.
appearance than anything else.
This is not just about that. Let's consider this. High Solar Derek has run his investigation, the thing that has been keeping the Lady Paramount away from her duties, away from any public appearance for weeks at this point. That is conducted, and she is released, completely scot-free. And then word gets out that she has had these prophecies of the dragons, things that his church was meant to protect from. And people start to wonder, what was the investigation for? Did the church do nothing? Have they done nothing to protect the people? What position does that put Derek in? He needs to conduct his investigation. And he needs to find a way to prove that it has been worthy. It is very unlikely we'll be able to get him to back down from that. We have to work in a way that will favor everyone's outcomes. I do not wish to see your mother executed. That is not what I am fighting for here. But he, Derek, needs to be able to walk away with this feeling like he has done right. The people need to be able to look at him and think that he has done right. That is the only way that we'll be able to ensure the stability of this city, of the kingdom at large. So yes, I am believing that needs to be continued investigation, but it is for everyone's interest, including yours, including your mother's. I do
With
not
one
wish
hand,
to see her
you would show
executed.
me logic and implore me to believe you, and with the other hand, you would cast me in chains. Treat me as a marionette to dance at your whims.
That is not what I ask for, Lionel.
You wish me to leave it up to chance? The chance that Derek, or that any one of the other High Solars would not plant any information? That they wouldn't try to further incriminate my mother, because what happens if they're wrong? Then they have held a Lady Paramount for 3 weeks for no reason other than what? Because I have not been privy to any of this knowledge since all of your arrival.
The king swore us to secrecy. I am sorry.
There is also reason for suspicion of your mother, Lionel. They did find evidence. And that does need to be answered for.
What evidence?
She held and used an idol, one that was in connection to the Triarchy. There's reason to believe that she did not know exactly what it is. But that does not negate the nature of the thing.
She helped me find those artifacts. There would have been none connected to the Dragon's Triarchy. I'm the one who did all the reading, all the research for her, to help her find this. None of them should have been connected to the Dragon's Triarchy.
And you are certain?
I am positive. There were
Who
two.
is the one that retrieved the artifacts?
Various servants of House Emberlin. Ones that we trusted. For the most part, the head servant, Alara. There were two from...
Did you see all that were retained?
Yes, I double and triple checked all of them before I let my mother interact with them.
Did Derek show us what the idol looked like?
Yeah, it was one thing I forgot to do last week, but it was in the scene. It was a rod of jade and amber.
Merrick will describe it to see if that sounds familiar to Lionel.
No, that wasn't one of the ones that I procured.
And you're positive that all of the artifacts your mother used, you procured.
I am, unless she went behind my back, but my mother is... She is sweet and kind and loving and everything a mother and a Lady Paramount should be. But she knows that history and studying has never been her strong suit. But it has been mine. Unless she went behind my back, but I don't know why she would have.
And you said that Alara was assisting you with all this as well. She'd be able to testify as well?
Yes, she retrieved all the artifacts, so unless my mother went behind my back, there should have been none of them. Most of the
Yeah,
artifacts were
that's
from
what I
Alicia.
Some type of documentation when you received these items.
Yes,
Surely you've noted this down.
I did. I recorded everything.
Well,
Do you have it?
Yes, of course I do.
When the
I-
other churches are here for investigation, Lionel, I ask that you testify in front of them, under some form of arcane truth.
Of
You and your
course.
servant both.
I will say that Alara is not affected by such things due to her nature. But as a construct, she simply is not affected by it. But I will. I swear I will.
Does Alara leave the manor?
Not unless I instruct her to.
I believe it also to be then wise. If the Lady Iridessa is again asked where she received the item, again under truth. If she is unable to provide such a thing, even with such magics, and you are able to testify as to the fact that she also would have no knowledge, that you are the one procuring it, this might be a way but to help your mother. At least build a
And-
case for her.
Alara would have no reason to betray you in such a way either.
No, it
And
goes
I will
it goes
try
against her prime
my
directive.
best.
We're making a mistake.
In what way?
If you really had nothing to do with this idol, if we believe that your mother had nothing to do with this idol, then it only comes from one other person. The High Solar.
That'd
And
be a
if the High
reaching
Solar,
conclusion, and something that
well-
we cannot prove.
That's
There are
why we
many
need to
people
get
that
her
enter that
out
life.
of there.
Not like that, though. Not the way I imagine you're thinking.
You believe
If the other
that,
churches are there, then Derek will not be able to act unilaterally and
Oh.
try to exact punishment.
but you believe that
We'll
then
have the strength
that
of the
item was
churches.
planted by Derek.
if what you're saying is true, and she did not use that item, yet it was found someone planted it. And this was not information we had.
But it does not necessarily need to be Derek. I find it unlikely that Derek is the only person that we cannot trust in this city. And she's gonna give like a quick glance to over at Edwin. And again, the rectory is visited by many priests. It is more than likely that one of them could have planted it, and perhaps gave a tip to Derek. Use their church to wipe any blood off their hands.
What would the motive be, though? Did Iridessa have any enemies? Is there something going on, like rumblings in the churches against her?
We already know. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Her prophecy went entirely against what they believe.
We already know, but Derek is a man that doesn't take chances. If he wanted an excuse to kill the Lady Emberlyn to quash that prophecy because he thinks it would hurt the church, he has every motive. The four
It's too
leaders of
reaching
every
a
church,
conclusion.
I think
Not
it's
one we
too
can
certain to
safely make.
leave her there in his care.
But if we are able to have this proof given in front of the other churches before sentencing is exact, he will not be able to act. It will prove that his investigation has been false, or at least incomplete.
He cannot act for 3 days, at the very least. Correct? He has
Exactly.
to investigate here.
Unless
To get this out early.
You're putting a lot of faith into him not just making up a reason.
He's not going to execute her during the investigation.
I
That would make him
will
look
say,
very bad.
if you... Prince Edwin, I understand that you are a steadfast member of the Church of the Unbroken, and I know for you this might seem strange, especially considering the missions you've gone on within the Nonathi, correct?
Yes.
The edicts that any of the churches call upon, they are not... It doesn't operate in a way where an edict opens a case and then anything related to it is added to that same edict. An edict can be invoked again should something substantial be found to override anything else. So if Derek were to find some other type of proof of information, something else connecting her to the Dragon's Triarchy that is meaningful enough, he could invoke the edict again. And then you'd have to go to all those churches, regain all those signatures, potentially bargain away more, and by that point, well, a deed could already be done. And I tell you all right now, I will not simply allow them to execute my mother, regardless of what information they present.
And that is why we have the other churches present as soon as we can. Get these questions asked as soon as we can, before Derek would have time to move and act. He will already be watched through his investigation. He will not be able to plant something so quickly and so decisively without another person seeing it. It is already
already
something that's
did.
been set up.
Doesn't anyone
Not
think it's weird that
under
he didn't
watchful
find
eye.
this idol until we showed up?
It was an idol that she'd already previously used weeks ago. It has
Well,
already
not-
been in
But
her
she didn't
possession.
use it.
Yeah, we just discussed that that's not one of the idols that Lionel found for her.
But we know she had it in her possession because she said that she used it herself.
Right.
Did she see it?
It was in the room. That's what she said.
Yeah, she said she used it weeks ago.
Yeah, she said she did.
No, she didn't say weeks ago. She said like
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know,
not
it's
weeks
been
ago.
years.
Sorry. Yeah.
Or maybe not weeks.
It's like I don't know it when or yeah, it was like at least 2 years ago, and if
Yeah.
she could remember, she was like, I mean, it was years ago, kind of thing. So
True.
and I can't remember what I
it's-
did yesterday. So
Yeah, but it's still something that she's attested to knowing having used in the past, you know?
after getting beaten into submission to maybe admit it.
Yeah, I know, but it's still something she has testified, and we can't just be like, haha, that actually didn't happen. Like,
Yeah, but she's admitting to using something, but what is being described to us is something entirely different than what she supposedly used. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
but no,
Like-
because like the idol was there, and she said, yeah, I have used it. Like that is something she has come out and said. Regardless of the nature, like that is something that she has said that she has done.
Maybe her memory was modified.
Again, like I don't care if
Maybe?
it's truth or not. It is something that she has said that she has used and done.
Maybe Derek's a big poopy head.
Yeah. The whole point I'm not trying to make.
What if? What if? I know I am not Lord Paramount, and it would be a great honor, but that is not something I would wish to have happen to me under such circumstances. If you all were to save my mother's life, she would be forever in your debt to the crown. The House Emberlin would bend over backwards to do anything the crown asked. Truthfully, we would be forever in your debt. There is one other option. That, as the king's hand, you could enact, and it would require the king's final approval, but you could enact to put a pause on all this.
Is he talking about
Can
the
we actually do
Concord?
that?
Yeah, he is. And
Is there actually
can-
something we can do with that?
maybe. The thing is the king's hand is such an ephemeral, mushy group, you know?
But
And-
like, I mean, like, is there something in like the acts or whatever with the Concord?
There is one thing. The thing is that the Concord of the Crowns is a very long document. And there is a lot of legalese. I mean, it's almost devilish in the way
Yeah,
that
but
it's
Xanthi
written.
speaks legalese. Does she not know anything in it?
It's on
Like, does she
scroll
know
9,
anything about his
subsection
gesturing
8A.
term?
You know, Xanthi, there's really only been, like, there are, I think, 50 articles to the whole thing. And really the one that Xanthi has been most concerned about has been the first, 15, which are the ones about succession. But I'll let you make a history check right now to see if maybe moving past those, if there's anything that sticks out.
Do I get an advantage at all?
I'll say advantage, yeah.
I mean, we're all trying to help think, so yeah.
That was a very
Yeah, but
polite
again,
one.
like, she's a legal girlie. This is what she deals in. Okay, never mind. My luck is bad. Actually, wait, I have inspiration that I have not used that I've had since session 2. Can I use that here?
You may, yes.
Are you rolling with disadvantage?
No
I'm gonna
advantage.
give you guidance.
Because it kept the 1. Oh, I
Sorry,
rolled
guys.
both of them. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah. No, because my thing's not letting me.
Fellows in the camera.
Never mind, I just have
Okay.
poopy rolls. It's fine.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
Well, just
What are you
die.
Lionel, have some water. It's gonna be okay, buddy. Oh.
If you
hydrate.
give them water, do you have to give it to them in a bowl?
No.
You laughed it up. Oh, buddy.
Didn't you play a line?
Yeah,
I
did
almost
Ajax
said
do
Khajiit.
that?
I almost said Khajiit, by the way. I played way too much Oblivion.
So-
Well, I was a Leon, and he's a tabaxi.
Isn't he a Leonin?
Right?
He is a Leonin.
I
He's a
thought-
Leonin.
No.
Oh,
He's
shit.
a
Lion
Leonin.
now.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's,
Lionel,
She's
lion.
is she a Leonin too?
Yeah.
Iridescent? Yeah.
Yeah.
Goofball.
What are you on?
Where you been, man?
They're both cats, all right?
They're
Oh,
both
now you
lions.
admit it.
This
Yeah,
is
the
a
whole
rectangle
campaign
square
for him to
situation.
admit it.
I'm talking
Okay,
about Leonin
so
versus
Xanthi,
Tabax.
with a 12, like I said, the edict is not the edict. The Concord of the Crowns is a really long document, so it's not one of those things that everybody has memorized all the time. Especially, there are 2 articles that were written that were special edicts that only a monarch could invoke, or an organization who had power vested to them by a monarch, provided they had received a writ of approval or approval after the fact from the monarch themselves. The exact wordings of them you're a little fuzzy on, but those 2 edicts, sorry, only one of them can be used by a vested power. The other one is only used by the Lord Regent or Lady Regent of the kingdom. But the one you remember for a vested organization of the monarch is the Edict of Mercy. And the other one is the Edict of Treason, which can only be invoked by the Lord or Lady Regent of the council.
But from what fuzzy things she has, it at least seems like a credible option, right? Like we could potentially swing this.
You could, yeah. You would need to have, like, you could invoke it, and then you would need to get Talon involved to, like, stamp the approval. But it would put a pause on everything, because at the end of the day, this is still a monarchy, so the king's word is final, or the queen's word is final. King in this case.
Right.
Duh.
Because I know that the edict that Derek uses usurps all that, so, like, it would be strong enough to go against that edict.
The Concord of the Crowns usurps everything, because it is the, like, foundational... It is like the Bill of Rights and the Constitution that, you know, any normal ruler wouldn't try to to supersede. Crazy.
Wild.
Okay.
So, if we pause all of this, that's great. Gives us more time. But what's the plan still?
You could effectively... The Edict of Mercy would allow you to... Even though she has done nothing wrong, it would allow you to pardon her. Absolve her of any and all perceived crime. And there's nothing the Church of the Broken Sun could do about it. And I will say that within the Concord, it does state that any ruler is only entitled to 3 of these pardons. So it would be a very valuable resource to use. But House Emberlin, we have incredibly powerful clerics. We have the entire backbone of industry in our city. Anything you all would need, we would provide.
This could actually be a feasible option.
I think we just found a solution.
Not
But
to
it
get too
will bring in the
legalese
question.
here. Nope, go ahead.
Of what will happen with Derek afterwards. If we do have this motion, either it gives him grounds to believe in the corruption of the crown, or it will also force our hand into, well, potentially a counter-investigation to him as to whether he is fit to serve.
Oh, I think
We
that
would
should
need to be
already
able to
happen.
find out. We would need to find out where this idol was from, who exactly was the one that planted it. Because it may not be Derek. We do not have enough evidence to say that yet, beyond just our own base instincts and feelings. But that would not hold up. Does not necessarily mean it is true.
Regardless if it was Derek or not, someone in that church planted that artifact.
It'll be important for us to find them.
I agree, and I would like to say I am sorry for my behavior. I know it is unbecoming of a prince of House Emberlin to act in such a way. I let my anger overcome me, and I
No,
apologize.
this is a very stressful situation, and you love your mother, and I mean, It was kind of awkward that we were having a private conversation in your throne room. That was a little weird.
But I do understand Princess Xanthi's reasoning. I do. Logically, I do. It was just hard to reason that.
We appreciate your apology, but it is rather unnecessary. Thank you for your understanding, Lionel.
No,
I know all of this is a lot.
It is, but I think for the first time in almost a month, I have a little bit of hope that it'll finally work out.
It will.
So, Joe,
Yeah.
out of character, can you explain how this would work?
Yeah, so pretty much, you could invoke the Edict of Mercy as the King's Hand. So it's,
Okay.
a pretty big deal to do so.
Okay.
When you do that, that's something that you would have to do formally with the Church of Unity. And then the Church of Unity, they would pretty much make a processional march to the Emberlyn Rectory to retrieve Lady Emberlyn. However, while there is plenty of reason, while the law states that they should give up the Lady Emberlyn, Derek may choose to fight it because you all are not the king, right? You all are the King's Hand, you're an organization, and there's a chance that he could ignore that and choose to keep the Lady Iridessa. And there could potentially...
Unless we had...
Hold on, sorry. Could
Yeah.
we potentially get, oh my god, I instantly forgot her name. The other girlie that was, like, kind of a little bit more sus of him, Elendra. Could we
Oh, yeah.
maybe get her in on this? Because, I mean, she was obviously not wanting to, say Derek's bad, but, like, she had some, like, this is a bit weird, right? Like,
Is she
Yeah,
not
do we
the
wanna
Sunkeeper?
maybe-
Yeah.
yeah, High Sunkeeper. If we maybe get her in on it, I think it might also help.
Will she, though?
She might. I mean, especially if we're like, hey, we want to do this with the crown, like, whatever. Like, we can at least try. Like, we do that tonight. We invoke it tonight. Like, Derek's not going to be starting his investigation at night, Like, it would detour us only slightly, because obviously it's going to take a while to get the motion going as well. But I think it might be worth it.
But, Joe, Edwin's religious.
Yeah.
He knows
What?
some religion. So Derek is implementing this edict right now,
Yeah.
right? Under the edict of whatever the fuck he said.
Vigilance.
Edwin knows. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
See, Edwin knows. Is there any laws or anything at all that can, other than this Edict of Mercy or whatever, is there any due process to say, hey, we think this investigation was tampered with and or it's not entirely correct? I mean, like, kind of how, our justice system is supposed to work. Where we just found out valuable information that the artifact that they found was not amongst the artifacts she used, right? So is there any process, allegedly, is there any process to be like, hey, something's weird here. This needs to be, before anything moves forward, put a pin in this because we need to figure out what this part is. You can't proceed unless this is investigated. Is there anything like that at all? Or is it just like, no, I don't care?
No, there's not really due process, because there's no, like, before a jury of your peers, there's nothing like that. It is, because, right, the thing that Derek could say, and probably would, is then she went behind her son's back since she's a cultist. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, Lionel.
Is there
Tough
not
luck,
an
homie.
edict of investigation?
Nope. I can tell you
Again,
right now, there's not.
I mean, our Edict of Mercy is, I think, the closest thing we can get, and then we can bring Derek into questioning, like, when we've got that pause secured, you know?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like a middle ground of like not putting us in the position that everyone just hates us because they're like, what the fuck?
Someone's gonna
just-
hate us no matter what. My love.
They just signed in an
says.
executive order? What? You know, I don't want to do that. But it seems like it's our best bet.
Quick
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Specifically for Edwin, Kaylin, and Via, like, where are you guys kind of leaning and what plan you want to go with here?
I like the Mercy one, personally. Hold on one second, Haley. The Mercy thing sounds good to me. I don't have any qualms with that. I'm against letting Derek do whatever the fuck he wants, even if it is kind of like a appease the people kind of thing, because it's kind of like letting a possibly correct person just kind of have their way. I don't like that. I think we need to give him the same heat that we were giving Iridessa when we were kind of suspicious of her. So yeah.
What was the other plan?
Break her out.
Oh yeah, Mercy. For me, for Edwin. Breaking her out is, man, so many other things could go bad with that.
And Kaylin?
I will say before this Mercy thing entered the fray, Kaylin was leaning towards breaking her out. The only caveat of breaking her out, though, is I don't know what's stopping people from immediately pointing the fingers at us, because who else is gonna break her out, right? Like, it's kind of an obvious
We're the only
answer?
suspect.
And I mean, I'll
Well,
also
the
say, like,
Spy Master
if
was going to
we-
cover that.
if we break her out, it's not like she can just go back to being, like, Lady Paramount of Emberlyn. Like, she's gonna have to, like, be on the download / basically, like, self-exile. But I think if we go with the Mercy route, that's, like, the only way we can actually absolve her of everything.
My
And
plan
then we
was...
can keep our Emberlyn.
Hold on, it was still my turn, damn it.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry, you asked, so I'm coming in.
No,
I'll finish my
I
thought.
did. I thought you were done.
No. I also think that, to your point, Ryan, and the point that Merrick was making earlier, if we enact this Mercy plan and we pardon her, when it inevitably comes out that we also have dragons, I think it's better that we went about it this way, where we are absolving somebody else who has this very loose connection when that comes out for us, because to me that's a cleaner connection than we broke her out, so when we reveal our shit, whoop-a-doo, does that make sense?
Definitely the
Like,
less shady option. I agree with you.
Yes.
yeah.
My plan wasn't just like, okay, you're free now, buzz off. My plan was we break her out, we take her to the other churches to present the new evidence that Lionel has shared, that like, hey, I provided all these artifacts, we've looked into them. Now she's saying she's used this other one, something's off. And we kind of basically continue the investigation without it being right under Derek's nose, and to where if Derek is involved in this, he can't just come up with some excuse to kill her.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think
sure, but I
that
really like the
gets-
Mercy thing.
Well, what I'm saying is, I also think that's what we're doing. What you
Yeah, because
said,
like we're
Ryan.
basically, majority of us at least are okay with that idea, right?
Well, I think that's the point. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to the churches and saying exactly what you said, Ryan, but in a way that's not
Something on
incriminating us.
business.
Yeah.
It's also in a way that's protecting her from losing station, dying, having to hide herself.
But I'm also trying to think of our future for our dragons.
But I mean, we can't really, we can think about it right now, but like, it's way too much of a like big issue.
For sure. I'm
Tie
just
it
saying
into this.
that's that ripple effect, right? Like,
Yeah.
how we handle this is going to affect that later. So I
Oh,
think by making
100%.
it a cleaner break, regardless, someone's going to be mad. I mean, we can't win here, friends.
Oh yeah, once the dragons are announced, half the kingdom's gonna probably be like, oh my god, they're
Well,
the
even
next
in this
dragon
situation,
priority.
like,
Yeah.
he's probably going to tell us, fuck off, go get your dad. And then we'll have to deal with that.
It won't
Like, I don't
return
think
with
there's
3 dragons.
I just don't think there's a win scenario here. I don't think that's the point.
I think because
What
like
is
we're
that?
still going to the other churches, we're still getting their support. We're just not breaking her out to do that. Like
we still
we
have
can
the
still
secret
do
writ,
everything
too.
else.
Right, and the whole writ was they're okay with us breaking her out. The only one who would be mad with us breaking her out is Derek.
Yeah, but
other
this is
churches have
still a
signed
legal
off
way
that
to
they're
do
okay
that.
with
That's
that.
all I'm saying.
This is also legal.
But it's
Were
in
you
a
gonna say something,
shadier
Satai?
way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Hey, look, I understand. Merrick doesn't like this plan, but if it's 4-1, he's not going to stop you.
Is that what the accord is? Is that where people are voting?
I
Take a
do
vote.
vote mercy still, just because I like, kind of like I said, standing on business kind of thing. And also, what is that phrase that's like, a friend to many is a friend to none? It's like, okay, we need to, not try and appease everybody. We need to like pick and make it known. And I would much rather just kind of be a little bit more, because we've been a little wishy-washy as a group. We've been a little split. So,
You don't say.
So we're
it'd be
good with
nice-
going with Mercy though.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have something to be like, look at what we did, and be like, yep, that's us. Yeah.
Just so we don't keep going in circles.
Last question, Joe.
Yeah.
For you, DM. Let's just say we invoke mercy, right?
Mhm.
And then they find some more artifacts. Can we undo the mercy and be like, okay, we fucked up. Here you go.
No, you can't fucking save and go back.
But it's
We
a
can't-
thing of pause. It's a thing of pause. Like we could work our way through that. Like this just means that iridescences stay from sentencing for now, and that's all that matters. Like we
Which is
deal
what
with
we're using
everything
it for.
later.
We're using it to save her from dying whatever the word is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we're all good with that, right? We can move
Yeah.
forward. Cool.
Just gonna walk outside and get struck by lightning.
I think we should probably talk about
We
this
basically
for
convey
30
that
minutes.
all in character. Let's go. We're doing that.
All right. One final question that is kind of important, considering the final decision here. Are you guys gonna give Dad a heads up?
We should
We
do that.
have time though, right?
We have
Because
3
that's
days.
going to take days to get the message across. Unless
I mean,
he
we-
moves to accelerate things. I think we
Lionel
do
just
it.
said he had sending, so I mean we can contact Dad.
Oh, does he?
Does
Okay.
sending in this
Well,
Uh,
he said they have high level priests, so if high level priest is like 2 and below, that like come on, man.
Joe,
What
does
the
sending
fuck kind
still
of-
work the way it did thousands of years ago?
No. If you recall our homebrew
Fuck.
rules, sending pretty much has a 50-50 chance of not working due to the damage and decay that was done to the arcane weavings of the world and the font. But to put that in mechanical terms, you roll a d100 when you cast sending. On a 50 or lower, it fails. On a 51 or higher, the message is sent successfully.
We
Does the
gotta try.
caster know?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Lionel could procure a scroll of sending, so you don't have to cast it through a cleric.
But but if you cast it through a cleric, that was the thing. If we cast it through a cleric, can we speak through the sending spell like we used to do, or is it only the person who casts it can speak?
Yeah, but then you would be sharing this valuable information with some random
Yeah, we're not
cleric.
doing this with a cleric.
There's-
We're doing it with a scroll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of magical shit here. Like, you're fine.
I forgot about
think
that
we do
part. I just thought they went.
If the
depth
sending
when you-
doesn't work, we do it anyways with our dad's heads up. And we can explain later. But yeah, if we can use the sending, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's do that. All right,
Never mind.
we
it's
finished
dead.
talking. We put all of our hands in the middle.
No.
There
Yeah,
we
he
go.
refuses
On
to
the
crack.
hand. Break. 1, 2, 3. King's hand. And then
Terrible.
Great,
Anyways,
yeah.
sending spell. Give it to us.
Edwin
Alright.
does that by
Remember.
himself.
Yeah, Lionel will sort of bow and depart for a moment to go procure a scroll, and he will return, 15 minutes later with a scroll. And he will sort of hand it to any one of the 5 of you that wishes to
Edwin's gonna point to Via,
Yeah.
hand it to Via.
the
Hi.
spellcaster.
Okay.
I was about to say, Kaylin's standing right there.
Okay, we all cast spells, all right, but she went to college.
No, not.
I don't think
does it,
sending's
but
a
yeah.
warlock spell either, so Via has the best chance.
I have message.
I'm not shading anybody. Okay, I just want to.
Go ahead.
I am.
So-
Felt very.
Deal with
It
the
felt
Hogwarts.
very.
Can
Right.
I get how do you want me to say this, guys? Haha. I don't want to miss a word. There's
How many
only
words do you have?
25? 25.
How long have you been playing D&D?
I don't know.
I'm in
How long
character.
have I
Can't
been
you
playing?
hear
It's
the English
25, right?
accent?
Yeah,
Or
25
sending. You're a cleric.
Just be direct. Use the exact words, Via,
Okay.
and just say we can explain later.
Okay. Just so I remember, it's the mercy what?
The
Just
Edict
so I
of
say the right
Mercy
one.
within the Concord of
Edict-
the Crowns.
Edict of Mercy, he'll know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I hope. Which one?
Okay. All right. And I start casting. Do I need to roll anything? Because this is a higher level spell than what I have.
Well,
Right.
as a casting sending nowadays, you do need to roll a d100 just to see if it succeeds in the first place.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll start there.
Does guidance help?
D100.
You roll a D4, add it to your 100.
Oh,
Wow,
shit!
Jesus
Okay, that's
Christ!
You don't need it, baby.
God
You
damn!
don't need it.
High
Via-
roller.
I'll
Take
give
me
you-
to
I'm
Vegas,
sorry.
baby.
With a 99, I'll give
Via
you
has now learned sending.
I'll give you 30 words. That's impressive.
Oh!
really?
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay, cool.
She's the magical girl.
All right.
I mean,
Hello,
Hogwarts, I told
magical
you.
girl.
Via waves her bracelets
just
around, her outfit changes.
Start doing a dance and transform. Yeah, the ribbons and sparkles are everywhere. Okay. Hi, Dad. It's Sophia. So, Ira is in a pickle with the churches. We are going to send her the Edict of Mercy. Just a heads up. Love. That's the best I could do, guys.
Wow, that was
What time of
good.
night
Close
is it?
enough, Via.
What time of night is it?
Yeah, the sun only just went down.
He's eating dinner, gets this message.
Yeah.
Spits it out.
Oh, well, technically, right now he's in
Respond
his
to
he's in his private meeting with Gareth. It would have just started.
Oh,
Lamau.
please.
My king.
He loves his little private meetings.
There is a brief moment
Totally
of
just
silence
meetings.
via, and then he says, "A pickle. All right. I will take an airship to Faithspire first thing tomorrow morning. I should be there by the end of the day tomorrow. Octavia, I pray that this was your final option.
Well, she will tell everybody what Dad said.
Mm.
Is it because I'm young? Do you think he just like doesn't trust me? Cause like, why
No.
was he so sus
No,
of us?
no, I think it's a
a
big
very-
decision.
Exactly. And a worrying one for the crown to have to call.
But hey, we get to see Dad.
I mean, this is quite a pickle that we're in, so it probably is just better that Dad's coming, especially if there's gonna be all this, infighting between like the crown and the churches and everything,
Gives us better authority at the very least.
If I may provide one piece of feedback. You see Lionel very sheepishly kind of like picking at his like claws.
No, yeah.
I think the biggest bit of infighting that needs addressed is between all of you. I will admit, I grew up as an only child, so I do not know the extent of what having siblings is like. I've had cousins, and they do get on my nerves, but I had heard rumors about how all of you interacted, and I had hoped that they weren't true, but I think that all of you may need... I go too far. I apologize, princes and princesses. I just...
No, finish. We need to hear this.
You all are doing a great deed to save my mother, and I want all of you to succeed in your mission as King's Hand, and I want the people to see that you're willing to make hard choices. But it's clear to me that you all do not like each other. Most of you don't like each other. And I don't think that you need to, but I must be very honest in this moment. My mother and I, for the past several months, have been preparing for what could possibly be war in Adaria in the next few years. Knowing that one, if not all of you, would deny the concord of the crowns. It is a genuine fear that the people have, and I must stress that seeing it makes me afraid. I wanted to say that, and I apologize if now is not the time or place, but
No. Thank you, Lionel. It was honest. And that is hard to come by here.
I will allow all of you to prepare yourselves for the next few days, and I will begin my own preparations. I won't give word to any of the servants, but I will begin my own preparations for welcoming the king to Faithspire. Have a good rest of your night. And once again, thank you so much. And he'll give another deep bow, and he will exit. This time, you can tell he does leave all the way. He doesn't like go behind the little corridor and like.
We can still see you.
Oh. That won't work a second time. And he walks off.
When he leaves, Edwin just slowly walks over to the stairs of the dais and just sits.
We're just standing in here awkwardly, silent.
Seems like it. Well, you're sitting.
Do we maybe wanna... What is that? Couples therapy? Group therapy?
Family therapy?
I think that is a thing. We could benefit. I just think having a mediator, because sometimes, you know, like what Lionel just said, it was like he was more like a mirror of what, showing us what everyone else is seeing. But I do think sometimes having an outside party could help us, because like obviously we all think we're right. I'm not innocent of that at all. I think I'm right all the time. be nice to have somebody, you know, tell us when we're wrong. You know. I mean, I won't like it. I don't like hearing that, but I mean, we got a problem we gotta fix and gotta start somewhere, right?
And we needed to hear that. Or at least, I hope we did.
Yes.
Look into that. That's gonna be my mission. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over you. You go ahead.
Go ahead, Via.
I'm gonna find us a trusted individual that we can check in on, or, you know, obviously not on our missions, but like maybe back at the keep, back home. Somebody just to be a neutral person, and we can do things.
Maybe we should ask Brigsby.
That is a fantastic idea. But maybe a professional.
For what it's worth, I just want to say to all of you that even though things have been tense and the games of politics is not fun, I love all of you very dearly. And for what it's worth, I only want the best for each of you. And I'm sorry if I have been rude or if I have cast you aside or done anything.
Me too.
I think everyone's tired. I think we need some rest. Apparently, Dad will be here tomorrow.
I will say I don't think it is wise, if not entirely fair, to leave everything up to our father. If we're going to be the ones to evoke this edict, we also need to be able to stand behind it. I think it'd be wise for all of us to at least think on it and ensure that we are supporting it. Now, especially isn't the time to start umming and ahhing, wanting to backtrack on this decision and going against each other. Not for this. Not with how significant it is. Hopefully, Father will be the one to manage most of it. But it is still our responsibility to uphold it, and the reasons why we've called it as well. Before I retire, try and see if there's any records or any literature in the keep that may pertain to it. Try and give us any advantage we can.
Do you need
It is
help?
something you all must be aware of. And you feel welcome to join me. Octavia, I think this would be good for you as well. But I also understand you've had a tumultuous couple of days.
No one else wants to. I can accompany you, Xanthi. I studied all of this my entire life.
But like I said, any that wish to may join.
All right. Before we all depart our separate ways, is there anything else?
One thing. Something weird's going on here. Edwin, I know you were busy talking and probably focusing on what we needed to do here, but Both Stillwater and, I'm sorry, what was the name of the shield bearer? What was their name? It started with an A.
Aldrin.
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 Wait. No.
Eridan, I think.
Arden.
Eridan.
Arden's
I was about to say it's close to that.
Sorry.
It wasn't Adrian.
Aldrin's Stillwater. I got myself confused.
Eridan.
Neither Father Stillwater or Eridan seemed to be uncomfortable around you when you came to speak with them.
I hope not.
Well, you thought Father Stillwater was the one who betrayed you. Don't you think if he did, he'd be more nervous about you showing up in the middle of the night asking to see him?
I think Father Stillwater betrayed me unknowingly. I don't think that he did it on purpose.
And if the spy master said that the gods or whatever had claimed that you were supposed to be the king, wouldn't Eridan have something about that?
There are many churches.
I assume he was referring to yours.
Considering I am the one here devoted to worship, I would assume most of them would back me.
Then I guess it's nothing. Good night. And Merrick will take off.
Yeah, good night.
Night. Faith Spire, so fun.
Anyways, late night reading. You're joining me, Edwin? Via?
Yeah, I could come. Kaylin,
You don't
wanna
want
come
to?
too? Huh?
Oh, you just seemed kind of taken off guard. As if you didn't want to go reading, which I know you love doing.
No, I just responded.
Oh, sorry. I read too
It's
much
okay.
into that.
You did. And it's alright. I think we all read too much into everything each other say.
It's true.
Anyway, we're losing hours of the day. Let's go.
It's nighttime.
Day is in the whole cycle, Edwin.
We talk
Sorry.
about it being night a lot.
Anyway, she's deliberately excluding Kaylin.
Not me.
Wait,
Kaylin,
didn't we
you wanna
ask
come?
Galen?
I did.
Xanthi didn't.
No, I'm gonna just sit here for a while, but thank you.
Here, you're gonna sit in here the whole time?
Yes.
All right. You don't need anything?
I'll catch up with you guys in a second.
Okay.
And then when it's just Kaylin and Via will just kind of sit down next to you and say, you okay? There was a lot that happened.
Yeah, I'm okay. Kind of just half smiles at you.
Okay, well, if you want to chat about anything, I'll listen.
Do you hate me?
What? Why would I hate you?
I don't know. Have I ever done
admire
anything
you.
to make you hate me?
Kaylin, you're my big sister. You're who I've wanted to grow up to be for so long.
I don't think that's true.
Yes, I remember asking my mom to braid my hair like yours. I went and studied magic because you just have it. You have this. I started a coven with my friends because I thought it'd be cool. Just like what you used to do at the Grove. I mean, I honestly thought you hated me. thought it
Fia,
was
I
just
could
your
never
annoying
hate
little
you.
sister.
You are not annoying.
Really? Okay, cool.
I think that you just have a lot of love and a lot of curiosity. It's not a bad thing, and it's certainly not something to hate you for.
Okay, well. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Of course.
Why, if I wasn't your annoying little sister, why didn't you come visit me more at school? Or come to my graduation?
If I'm being honest, Fia, I think I was feeling a little, I don't know if embarrassed is the right word. Inferior, I guess. Kind of magic I do is very different than the kind of magic that they teach you there, and I always thought those people would look down on me for where I come from, the magic I cast, and where it comes from.
You deal with that a lot.
Well, it's the presumed inadequacy. I know where I am now, I know how I feel about what I am and who I am now, but it took a long time to get there, and I will say sometimes it still takes me off guard.
That makes sense. I'm sorry that you felt that way, or that people make you feel that way. I definitely don't see it as something bad. That's really, your magic inspired me to want to keep pursuing magic.
Thank you, Mia. You don't have to apologize. Sincerely. I'm very proud of everything you've accomplished, and your magic it's very special.
So is yours.
Thank you. I apologize. Just like Edwin, sometimes my mouth tends to get me into trouble, and I have a very short temper. It runs in the family.
It definitely does.
And sometimes I say things that I probably should not.
That runs in the family too. I do that as well. I know everyone sees me as flighty, but when my mouth runs and I just have a statement that sounded really dumb and I just like, stand there and I'm like, yep, that's what I meant to say. It's not always what I meant to say. I just have to pretend like it was.
I like the things you say, Mia.
Thank you.
I like them because you don't really care what other people think, and you just say it and you stick by with what you say. Most of the time.
I like the way you talk to people. It's another thing I just really admire about you. You have this way of changing hearts. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I'm working on it.
Well,
Go read. I know that's what you love to do. I will be fine, I promise. It's just been a very long day, a lot to process, and it's very beautiful in here, and I just want to sit for a while.
I super duper don't hate you.
I super duper appreciate and don't hate you either.
Okay. Well, have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, and she'll depart.
Okay. Real quick, Kaylin, how long do you stay in the throne room?
I mean, at this point, I think Samson has joined her,
Oh yeah.
and I think she's just idle pets. I mean, she's not really in a hurry to go anywhere. I'm not gonna lie. She'll probably sit there until it's dark in here, until someone tells her to leave.
Okay, so you sit in there for maybe an hour, right? As eventually, as the sun has fully set, fully beyond the horizon, there's only these the like deep crimson hues that were turning the motes of dust into these like flecks of amber. The throne room kind of changes as moonlight begins to shine through, and it casts this kind of like dull purple glow over the entire room. The blue moonlight shining through the red stained glass. And the door opens very slightly as you see Prince Lionel kind of poke his head through and sees you and says, "Oh, my Princess Kaylin, I thought that all of you would have left by now."
No, I'm sorry. I will leave your space.
No, in fact, I wanted to speak with you very briefly if you'd provide me the time.
Yeah, this is your hall. I will gladly. And she'll like gesture for him to have a seat.
Yeah, he will move in and he'll sit down next to you. He won't sit on the throne. That's his mother's throne, not his yet. He'll sit down next to you and he'll sort of look to the two-tailed ferret on your lap and say, "What is that? A very interesting creature."
Oh, his name is Samson. And he just is.
From the Serpent's Grove.
Yes.
I had tried to procure a few artifacts from the Serpent's Grove for my mother, but any time Alara would reach out to meet with your leaders, your shamans, they were not interested in selling them. I don't blame them.
Well, I don't think those items are typically for sale.
No, the culture of the Serpent's Grove seems quite in depth and still well connected to the present.
Kind of pops an eyebrow and she says, "Thank you." You don't hear that very often?
No, most nobility, they do not study history. They are mostly concerned with here and now and how they can gain the most power possible. Not me. I am much more preferential to reading about the cultures of the world and trying to learn something from them. I did also wish to apologize. Yourself and Prince Merrick, you both went out of your way to show me kindness and understanding and advocate for me, and I promise I will not lightly forget that.
I know that it doesn't seem this way, but I can tell you that all my siblings were advocating for you in their own way. Sometimes I'll put it like this, I don't think you were wrong in what you said. We all have a hard way of communicating with each other, and that affects how we communicate with the people around us. But we all want the same thing.
I believe we do. And I hope you can understand. And please forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn. I know that your mother is not of Adaria, and I know she is not here, but hopefully you can understand why I would advocate for her in such a way.
I understand more than you could ever imagine. I would and have done everything to save my own mother.
You see, he kind of like his
You've done
eyebrows
nothing wrong.
furrow for a moment, kind of a recognition at the phrase.
Is she no longer alive?
No.
I am gravely sorry for bringing up the topic of conversation.
No, it's not something to be sorry about. Where I'm from, cycle of death is a beautiful thing. And I welcome you to be sad. But within that sorrow, there's joy. So we cry for her, and we mourn her loss, but it is a temporary goodbye. Though I do miss her greatly. I wish she was here every day.
It is very
But
beautiful.
forgive me, I have taken much of your time, and I should leave your throne room.
If you would,
And she's gonna stand.
and he'll kind of stand also, I would like to present the princess with a gift for her kindness.
She raises another brow. Lady would be okay.
The lady then, I apologize. I did not know of your preference.
I don't feel as though I deserve any gifts.
It is customary.
Kalen, he's lying. You can, with your passive insight, you can tell he's
Okay.
lying.
Okay, she'll nod.
I intend to give one to both you and Prince Merrick for your kindness.
And he kind of reaches into a. You can see at this point he's not wearing like the breastplate in his image. He's just wearing his, House Emberlin doublet. And he kind of reaches into one of the pockets and he pulls out what looks to be a very finely crafted ring. Not gaudy, but you can see it is etched with what looks to be the, oh my goodness, Ouroboros, the sort of snakes devouring each other.
Living in House Emberlin's lands, you learn a thing or two about craftsmanship.
You made this?
I didn't make the ring. I did the engraving, though.
It's
If-
beautiful, thank you very much. It's
Of course.
highly appropriate, I will say. Thank you.
You're welcome. I should let you rest for the night. But it was a great pleasure to speak with you, my lady.
I wish I had a gift to give. I apologize. Thank you. Hopefully, the gift I can give is that we can save your mother. And
A more than
events of tonight-
worthy gift. But
the events of tonight don't repeat themselves either.
for now, your presence is a gift enough, my lady. Please allow me to excuse myself. I thank you for your time.
And he bows and he will start to like walk out.
Okay, Kaylin is like now confused as to what that was all about, but she will put the ring on because it's pretty.
Okay, wait, sorry, 1 second.
That's
Somebody's
good to
knocking at
have
my
you.
door, I think.
Oh, I think they're getting cat food.
Oh, Okay. Well, as Sir Lionel walks out, that is a perfect opportunity to go to a break. So we will be right back.
I disagree.
Uh,
Can I veto the break? I need something. This is
and with that, we will dive back into the investigation of previous pardons, as well as when we come back, there will
Yeah,
be
but what the fuck did you just say in the chat? Sorry, continue.
a very interesting cutscene at the beginning. So be sure to come back for that. And we'll say 7 minutes because I need to remove more clothes from myself off camera. I'm sweating like a
I feel like that.
like
Never mind. I'm
a
gonna
harlot in church right now. So thank you so much, everybody, and we'll be right back.
How many for run? I know, the other people don't.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other ones need to use their
let's-
voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them, and go from there. That's what Caleb.
Falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be as you end up trying to grab it as it's already beginning to shift and fall. The egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a
Whoa.
D10.
Via can't stop killing.
I know. I know.
She's grown a taste for it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
He's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending her up for that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, I'm here as a representative of the king's hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvus Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that. He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
right.
remnant of the past
Ooh,
campaigns
yes.
that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow,
like,
Solvus Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
and he will give a very low bound and will head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
Potentially Princess Octavia, that's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic. And I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him, but if there's any a voice that echoes weak, feeble. Please help me. And you feel that voice emanating from the far left side of that altar, from that emerald egg. The others don't speak at all. You don't feel anything coming from them, but from that emerald egg, there is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you. The sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across the hall. It's, yes, I did. My hands
all
are
the way there and all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well,
Yeah, we don't have Brian now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Pay for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Kobe. Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel freely. And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face.
That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated, actually.
It's like a brief pause.
Yeah, we invited you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he kind of and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. Tits, no! You
Tits?
find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. Tits, no! You
Tits?
find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Clip
one.
it.
Look like tits.
Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I could.
Jarvis, clip.
Everything is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a
How'd
deception
you say
check.
that?
I mean,
Kaylin
what's
is
she gonna do about it?
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing over her temples.
Oh, no.
no.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment, and she whispers very low. Is there someone?
No. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
+2. All right, 24.
And you find that forward camp. Tits, no! So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you know, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would be.
everybody, we're back. We're gonna play some D&D. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know what that was. I'm a little delirious. Let's go ahead and dive back in.
Mouse.
Picking up where we left off. The King's Hand has had a very rough couple of hours. After being stopped at the gate of
What else is
Sunvale,
new?
after being stopped at the gate of Sunvale Keep, Prince Lionel absolutely initially against allowing entry for the Church of the Broken Sun to do any investigation for, you know, reasons that I think emotionally make sense, but logically, you know, is questionable, right? Xanthi arguing that the sooner you do this, the sooner it's over. But Lionel not thinking logically, thinking emotionally about the safety of his mother, about what the Church of the Broken Sun will do to prove that they're right. But luckily, with Kaylin advocating to that emotional side and trying to get him to calm down, as well as Merrick going past the gate and giving him some type of plan, he convinces them that that he should let this investigation happen in 3 days' time, and that they will do whatever they can to save his mother. Potentially even break her out from the rectory. Now, sadly, as the party travels into the keep, they head to the throne room to discuss their next steps. However, per Xanthi's request, which is at least initially agreed upon, is not challenged by anyone in the group in that moment, is that Lionel shouldn't go in there with them, as it could further incriminate him or them and link the two more, which is something that, understandably so, Xanthi wants to try and avoid. However, as the party begins to talk within the throne room about their plan, their strategy, about what they should do, about what's lawful, about the dragon eggs, about the problems that'll arise if they don't do something to help Lady Iridessa. All of these things, at least to a certain extent, Lionel hears, as he was tired of being left out of the protection and saving of his mother within his own city. He was eavesdropping. And in this burst of rage, he enters, hearing that they plan to leave her in there. And that if more information is found to prove that she is guilty, then they will let whatever judgment befall her, right? That's at least the last thing he hears. And so he immediately comes in with fury and anger, accusing them, the King's Hand, of being hypocrites, keeping these dragon eggs, but not doing anything to protect his mother, who has done nothing wrong. Because, as it's revealed, is Lionel was the one who procured those artifacts, and none of the artifacts he procured for her had anything to do with the dragon's triarchy. Now, there is an omission that something negative could have been done behind his back, but who knows if that's the reality. Another reality is that Derek planted the rod, and Lady Iridessa agreed to it because she was under duress. She was being tortured. Or there could be a third party at play. There's no knowing right now. The question is up in the air. Eventually, tensions fall as the party, with the help of Xanthi's knowledge of the Concord and Prince Lionel, determine that the best step seems to be to invoke the Edict of Mercy, one of the only edicts within the Concord of the Crowns that gives the monarch and any power or body of power with the vested that has power vested in them by the crown. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. That they can invoke this Edict of Mercy and effectively pardon someone, absolving them of any and all crimes. So after some discussion, it seems as though this is the best thing to do because House Emberlin, total fealty. Total, unbiased, unfiltered fealty to the crown, to House Falkrest, for saving Lady Iridessa's life. A very, very, very valuable thing to have. The industrial backbone of Adaria is Faithspire. And not only that, but the majority of Ryanite that is mined in Adaria is mined around Faithspire, a very powerful magical gemstone that can be used to create incredibly powerful magical items and magical devices. So, a very, very, very good thing to have. Eventually, Lionel leaves with some parting words saying that he wants to believe in the King's Hand. But he's nervous. It seems as though they can't get along. And he's afraid, and it seems as though many nobles are afraid from what he's heard, is that regardless of what happens, civil war is inevitable. The King's Hand is left with that final note before they all take a moment of silence, sitting in the throne room. Eventually going their separate ways, with Octavia, Xanthi, and Edwin heading to investigate various pardons from the past. Merrick heading off on his own, very frustrated at his siblings' conversation and decisions. Kaylin staying behind. Octavia and Kaylin do have a small conversation about the genuine love and appreciation they have for each other. A very nice moment between the two, reaffirming that love and care they have for each other. However, before Kaylin can leave the throne room, as she's in there by herself, Prince Lionel does return, bestows her a gift, a small gold ring embossed with, or engraved with an Ouroboros, which is the snake devouring its own tail. A very finely engraved ring. Sir Lionel seemingly very nervous about giving this gift, but says that there's also a gift for Prince Merrick as well, and that he, just wanted to stress his appreciation. So all that happens. I really took my time with that, jumping back from break summary. I don't know why I decided I had to do every single detail, but here we are. But we're not going to pick up right from where we left off. If you recall, I said that there was going to be a little cutscene. And boy, is there. So, as we don't verge too far from Faithspire, actually. Maybe an hour or two out from Faithspire's docks. There's a ship that slowly coasts its way towards the city. Middle of the day. Faithspire, full in view, just a little speck in the distance. Oh, why not? There we go. That was weird. Okay. So, the merchant vessel, Windbreaker, cuts through the waters by Faithspire. It sails billowing gently in the coastal breeze. You can see the cathedral spires illuminated by countless motes of glowing light. The cream and burnt orange silver anvil banners of House Emberlin flutter from the highest towers, catching the sunlight. On the foredeck, King Talon Falkrest stands beside his wife, Cersei Alisades. His salt and peppered beard caught by the sea spray, while the lines around his eyes deepen as he smiles. Despite being in his 50s, he stands tall and proud, though the crown is nowhere to be seen. Not today. Beside him is Cersei, in her late 20s. Ethereal in this daylight, her cloud-like vitiligo pattern shimmering across her skin, lightning blue eyes, reflecting the sun in the distance. There she is, Talon says, gesturing towards Faithspire. Not as grand as Mytheria, I know, but, well, not all of our spires float in Adaria. And granted, we do have fewer fountains, but there is a certain charm to it, you have to admit. Cersei smiles politely, the wind playing with the silver streaks of hair. It has its own beauty, she concedes. Her accent still carries that melodic cadence of Elysia. Though I have to admit, I do miss the underwater gardens. Talon chuckles. I promised you gardens, and gardens you shall have. In Dragon's Den, I have commissioned a special section in the Royal Conservatory. Plants from all across Illica, even some from Elysia. You did not have to do that. Cersei gaze softens as she looks at him. I wanted to, and he reaches for her hands. I know Adaria can't compare to Elysia's wonders, but I hope in time you might find happiness here. His voice grows more serious. And not for my sake. I'll be okay, but for our daughters. Cersei kind of laughs, very politely, the sound almost like wind chimes. And how are you so certain I carry a daughter, my king? Have you added prophecy to your royal duties? Talon's smile widens, crow's feet around his eyes deepening. Call it a father's intuition. And every single... every single child I've known about so far, I've been right. And if it's a son, well, then he will be perfect. I have no qualms, but I'm fairly confident I'm correct. Cersei leans her hands against the railing, looking over the waters. Tell me more about your kingdom. What wonders await your potential daughter beyond these shores? Well, there is... Well, it's not a part of Adaria. It's part of these lands. The Serpent's Grove. It is this jungle where the trees whisper secrets if you know how to listen. And there's also Sky Haven, my family's ancestral home, built part of it within a mountain reaching up towards the heavens. And the dragons. The ones from the stories of the founding of Adaria. And Talon's expression sobers slightly. Gone for centuries now, thankfully. Though their legacy remains in our legends and in the very stones of Crown's Rest. As they speak, Faithspire grows closer. The lights growing brighter. The ship's lanterns sway, gently rocking against the waves. We'll arrive within the hour. The High Arbiter of Unity has prepared and with that, Cersei, she begins to lurch almost, gripping the railing. Her knuckles like turning white from the intensity of strength behind her gripping the railing. Her hair begins to lift as if floating underwater. And the glow in her eyes begins to intensify. The blue iris is beginning to glow with this unnatural white. Cersei, Talon's voice rises in concern. Cersei, what's wrong? She doesn't respond. The air around her begins to stir, swirling like a miniature cyclone. Her hair lifted as if floating underwater, and the glow from her eyes intensified, casting these shadows across her face and across the deck. Cersei! Talon shouts, lunging towards her as sailors on deck turn alarmed. The wind accelerates, roaring around them in this maelstrom of light and air. Talon, he fights back against the gale, reaching for his wife as her feet are lifted inches off the deck. Her head tilted back, her mouth open in a silent scream, eyes blazing like twin beacons. Someone, get rope, get a healer, something! Talon commands, but his voice is barely audible above the howling wind. For several terrifying moments, Cersei is hung suspended in an arcane whirlwind. Then, suddenly as it began, the light flickered, and her lips began to move. Her voice, hollow and resonant with a power not her own, cut through the chaos. Beneath the ashen skies of a breaking world, a child of light and storm shall ascend to the seat of power. With hands of light, she shall hold the line. The glow began to fade, the wind lessening. Cersei's body sagged, and Talon lunged forward to catch her before she could collapse on the deck. Against the dragon's breath. The crimson flood. Voice grows fainter and fainter, her eyes returning to their natural color. As she says, the shield against ruin. She blinks, looking up towards Talon, and there is this deep recognition on her face, terror almost. Sweat beads on her brow. She clutches her robes. Our daughter, she whispers, trembling in his arms. She... I must go home. When she is old enough, Talon, I have to go back. Tears well in her eyes. I am sorry. Talon, I am so sorry. Her head lolls back as she loses consciousness. Talon cradles her, panic rising in his chest as he presses a hand on her forehead, murmuring a spell of healing. Sparks with golden light, but has no visible effect. Captain! He roars, lifting Cersei's limp form in his arms. Take us in as quickly as you can. His eyes, moments ago filled with warmth, now blazing with urgency and fear. I need to see High Arbiter Cadius immediately. Immediately, as quick as you can. Captain barks orders. The crew springs into action, sails unfurl to catch the wind, pushing the vessel faster and faster towards the lights of Faithspire. Talon looks down at his wife's pale face. In the distance, shore, his jaw set with determination and dread. Hold on, my love. Just hold on. And as they move towards Faithspire, that is where we are going to go ahead and move back. Within the... oh my god, sorry. Then got through a whole little cutscene without getting a cough right there, but of course that's what happens. I'm glad my body could respect that I was having a moment there. So that's where we're gonna go ahead and pick up. Back in Sunvale Keep in Faithspire. Yeah, okay, shut up, Duke. Let me be myself. No, thank you, I appreciate it. So as we pick up, before we dive into one final thing that will happen in the keep, as I understand it, there was some investigation into previous pardons that Edwin and Octavia were going to assist Xanthi with, correct?
Yeah,
Aye,
I mean,
aye,
also just trying to see like if there's like a copy of like the whole Concord thing, just to basically be as prepared as they can. I don't know that there is going to be anything. I feel like there's not, but in case.
Yeah, sure. You can head to the library within Sunvale Keep. Nowhere near as elaborate as the library of Crown's Rest or of Dragon's End, but still fairly extensive. You can see that everything is really well organized, and it seems as though that's been something that has been done recently, actually. Move you back to Sunvale Keep here. But as you're looking through everything, investigating everything, you do find a few books related to the histories related to the Crown and actions taken by the Crown and you know, various historical documentations. You do find some books that sort of talk about the Concord of the Crowns, but the actual written text, one thing that you do find pretty early on is that the Church of Unity, the original copy is held within Crown's Rest, but there was a copy made word for word by hand that is also held within the Church of Unity within Faithspire. So there is a copy within the city of the entire Concord, all, you know, freaking 400 pages of it, but it is held within the Chapel of Unity here in Faithspire. But you can find bits and pieces of it in this library.
I mean, do y'all think it's worth getting the full text?
Probably.
I just
I
feel
mean-
like if we're invoking this thing, we should probably actually know what we're doing, you know?
Yeah.
Nah, I think
Maybe.
like, we don't
Do
need
they-
to know any
Does
details.
the church have like business hours? Can we just pop over there this late? Is that a thing?
I
We're the
mean,
hand of the king. All right.
hey, you know, the High Arbiter is already a big fan of you guys, and so is I mean, the counselor of the High Arbiter is also a vassal to you guys, so it's probably pretty safe to say that you guys could head there and nobody would have a problem with you, you know, doing what
Can
you
we
need to do.
can we read the books from the forbidden section?
There is no forbidden
No,
section for
except
the
the
Church of
forbidden.
Unity. They do not believe in the restriction of knowledge and information.
Queens. We
Is
love
what they
it.
want us to know is their forbidden section.
Yeah, they just burn books that they don't
Inside
agree
joke.
with. No, I'm just kidding.
Hell yeah.
The big old pile in the back.
I mean, yeah, I guess if they're searching through things and only getting bits and pieces, then we'd probably suggest heading over there.
Yeah, you
That's
can also
nice.
find a
Worth
more
it, too.
full version of any of the pardons because whenever somebody makes a pardon, not only do they have to provide evidence, but they have to write an entry as to why they're doing the pardon. Like the monarch has to explain the reason behind it, and that is recorded by the Church of Unity. So you could find all those within Faithspire.
Nice. Love it, love it, love it.
Okay,
Well, I guess transition over there.
sounds good. You head
Pew, pew, pew.
which let me change the time here. Bop, bop. So yeah, it's pretty late. It's pretty late at this point. What is the math on that? 21 minus 8. That's not how I should
What?
do that. 12.
21 minus 12.
What?
What is happening?
What
You're
math
trying
are
to
you doing
military?
right now?
Yeah.
21
2100
9 o'clock.
2100 hours
Gee.
is 9 p.m.
It's 9 o'clock.
9 p.m.
Listen,
No.
I do it most of the time pretty like nonchalantly, okay? I'm sick. Last I checked, I had 103 fever, but I'm still fucking here, all right?
You take the
Get off my
number
back.
and then subtract 12.
Oh, thanks, John. I hadn't figured it out yet, so I appreciate you pointing that out.
Well, anyway, we
Figured
get to the Church of Unity, get to
Yeah.
the library because they totally let us in. Aww.
I did go to the doctor, Duke. I went to the doctor. They prescribed me medicine. I'm here, okay? I went to the
He's
doctor.
fine, guys. He's fine, all right?
What you guys don't know is that there are 4 rifles above me, all pointed down at me, and
And
each
he has his
Well, there-
hand on the string
Yeah.
that's attached to all of them.
No, there are 5 rifles, and each player has a button. Whenever I do something they don't approve of, they can end it. So I gotta work. I did take the medicine.
Take more.
I have a cough suppressant. I have some other type of thing that is like a horse pill that I have to take, and I took some Tylenol. All right. I don't know.
Force tranquilizers is what you're using
It's
over there.
yeah. It's
Nice.
I promise I'm taking care of myself. I've Gatorade. I've got electrolytes. I've got water. What more do you need? So you guys head to the.
Sit telling him.
You guys head to the Church of Unity's sort of headquarters. As you enter, the High Arbiter has already headed off to sleep for the evening, but the Counselor is still awake at this point. As there is there's always a laundry list of things that she has to accomplish without
Is
getting.
that the tiefling
That is, yeah, the person who's the vassal of House Falkrest.
noise?
And she will lead you guys to the archives and point out what you need to know. She does need to receive the copy of the Concord, and she does need to be there while you review it. And she can't leave you guys alone with it. She'll put it back once it's done. It is a really valuable document to the church. And that is boppity boopity. Where's she at here? Hello? Is she not in religious? Where's this lady at, brother? Sora Thalor. There we go.
What did you say about my brother?
Thanks.
They have in every
The
line.
prequel to The Lion King. I really appreciate that. All right, Sora Thalor. In case you do not remember, bop, bop, bop. She will go and retrieve the Concord and say, obviously, whatever the crown wishes to do, King's Hand has full authority. Please feel free to look through it. Just when you're done, I will need to return it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And she will, she'll give you guys some space, but she is going to be observing while you're looking through it.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
really just looking through that one little chapter. That's all we really need to care about right now. Just to make sure we have all our bases covered, see if there's anything we need to be concerned about.
Okay. So, in general, Edict of Mercy was one of 2 edicts that the nobility of Adaria, they trusted Afaria Nightmore, who was the queen at the time. She was able to garner so much public approval and so much support from the nobility that they allowed her to add these 2 edicts on to the Concord of the Crowns without any type of secondary approval because of how much trust they put into her. So while she could have abused her power, she used it for good here. So specifically, Article 4 here is the, at least Article 4 of the one here, in the shorter version, which this would be on a page like probably 150 of 300 for the full document. But the beginning of Article 4 talks about for the good of governance of the realm. It talks about the responsibilities of the monarch, you know, to serve as supreme commander of the military, to act as high arbiter of justice, to stand as custodian of the arcane concord, to fulfill the role of steward of unity and tradition. And then it establishes the Edict of Mercy, which says, recognizing that mercy tempers justice and forgiveness may heal where punishment would only deepen wounds, I decree that during the reign of any ruler, they shall be granted the power to pardon 3 individuals of any crimes, including high crimes against the crown. For such mercy to be granted, the individual seeking pardon must present themselves before the Church of Unity, where their case shall be heard by the High Arbiter, the Council of Clemency, or any other organization with vested with power by the crown, so the king's hand counts there, shall then evaluate the case and make a recommendation to the monarch. The final decision rests with the sovereign alone, whose judgment shall determine whether mercy is warranted. Each pardon must be recorded in the royal archives and announced publicly, with the monarch providing clear reasoning for their decision. This power is limited to 3 individuals per reign to prevent abuse while allowing compassion in exceptional circumstances. Article 5, to secure justice and liberty for all. Okay, all right.
Cool. So basically, like, it does let us really bypass things. Like, we can be,
Yeah,
like, the presenting party, and then it's just up to Dad.
correct. Yeah.
Xanthi, did you find anything?
Well, certainly the validity of what we're doing. I think it is truly an option, a good one at that. We have our reasons, we just need to inform them to our father. And it should be justification enough.
Good. And well, the High Arbiter likes us, so it should be easy to present our case to him.
He needn't even be involved.
Oh. Right.
King's Hand can be the ones that have the invested power. We are the ones that are most informed of the situation. Like I said, we present that information to Father. Then all he need to do is, well, announce it all publicly. And she's received pardon.
I will say, it
Doesn't...
and I think I read it in a weird way, which is maybe why, but it says that their case shall be heard by the High Arbiter, and then the Council of Clemency or any organization with vested power by the Crown shall then evaluate the case and make a recommendation to the monarch.
Wait, so then we'd have to present it to the High Arbiter, and then the High Arbiter would have to convince us of the case, and then we have to go to Dad, like...
No. So technically how it's phrased in the edict is the individual seeking pardon presents themselves to the Church of Unity. So
Okay.
by the edict, Iridessa would present herself, but all of you could present it to the High Arbiter and say, we need Iridessa removed from this situation so she can be pardoned because we're invoking that edict. So the High Arbiter needs to be involved because he is the sort of, like,
in between.
Yeah, very loose balance of power here. He can't override a pardon, but it's like a check, right?
But it's not dependent on his approval,
No,
though, right?
no, it
like
is not.
he's just hearing it out. Okay.
Yeah, he is just like a, yep, okay, shake hands, we're good, like that's all.
Okay. Okay. So he's not a potential roadblock here. We're still fine.
Correct, yeah, you guys are still good.
You just make sure the rules are rolling.
Yeah, no, he can't do anything about it, but he's just making sure the rules are followed.
Cool, cool. And I guess the only other thing is just if there are things of other cases here, seeing if there is any as kind of politically poisonous as being like, oh yeah, we're fine with this person from the triarchy. Like, what kind of pardons have there been previously that are kind of like, are there any that are as like, sketch feels the wrong word, but you know what I mean, like awkward.
We'll say that as Xanthi, as you were reading through the Concord and finding that passage, that was something Octavia and Edwin were sort of tackling, looking through those various pardons. And Octavia and Edwin, you find 3 pardons. It takes you a couple hours to read through. I won't say you need a history check. You're not trying to recall something. You're just reading through books here. And it's all laid out pretty clearly. The 3 that you find that are most kind of the furthest end of the spectrum, where what you're pardoning, not a big deal compared to what has been pardoned in the past. One pardon, there were 2 that were fairly recent. One was done by King Alistair Draven, which he pardoned Lord Galdrin Serwyn during a rebellion where Galdrin Serwyn executed 23 prisoners of war without trial and burned down 3 villages that refused to surrender. Serwyn, the reason Alistair provides is Lord Serwyn acted with unwavering loyalty to preserve the unity of our realm against those who would tear it asunder. While his methods may appear severe to those who sleep peacefully in their beds, they were necessary to prevent greater bloodshed that would have followed had the rebellion been allowed to fester. A king must sometimes make difficult choices for the greater good of his kingdom. And in fact, the notation says that the Church of Unity issued formal protest. They said, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. And Alistair did it anyway.
Great role model.
Yep. So there's the first one that you find. You dig back.
Which one of us reads that?
We'll say
It
Edwin.
doesn't matter.
Edwin, you find that one.
Oh my god.
Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
Octavia, you find one, the first pardon ever recorded. That's kind of where your mind goes initially, which was actually done by Queen Etheria Nightmore herself. Only a few months after the Concord of the Crown had been ratified and was fully in effect, she pardoned the king consort, her own husband. His crime was the theft of restricted arcane artifacts from the royal treasury, followed by unauthorized experimentation, resulting in the death of 7 royal servants.
God damn.
And what was her reasoning for it?
Her reasoning was as both queen and wife, I find myself in the in a position of judging actions motivated not by malice, but by an unchecked hunger for knowledge. While the consequences of my husband's actions were grievous and unforgivable, I believe his intent was to strengthen our defenses against future arcane threats. The punishment he has inflicted upon himself through guilt exceeds what any court could impose. I hereby pardon my husband of these crimes, though he shall be barred from all future access to royal treasury and arcane archives, and shall personally provide for the families of those who perished.
Wow. I don't know if that's love or delusion or both.
I think a bit of both.
Mm-hmm. Anywho,
It makes what we're doing seem much
small
nicer.
potatoes.
Yeah.
And then the third and final one you find
Oh, there's another one.
is one that is the most shocking to the 3 of you as you begin to, we'll say Octavia also finds this one. She's a bit of a faster reader than Edwin.
Well,
Oh, by far.
And via this one, you can't help but like almost gasp when you read it. It is Queen Elendara Falkrest as she pardons General Rainier, your uncle.
Oh.
His crime
I don't almost gasp as I read it. I gasp.
What?
was
Where
disobeying
does my crimes?
a direct royal order from Queen Elendara during the Siege of Crown's Rest, which resulted in the death of 300 royal soldiers. The reasoning Elendara provided was war demands terrible choices be made in moments that history will judge at leisure. General Rainier disobeyed my direct command, it is true, and brave soldiers paid with their lives. Yet his intuition and courage led to our victory when defeat seemed certain. The soldiers who fell would have faced death regardless had Draven's forces prevailed. I cannot in good conscience punish the very audacity that saved our cause, though I grieve deeply for those who lost due to our miscommunication. Therefore, I do not only pardon General Rainier, but I elevate him to my personal guard and sentinel of the realm, that his boldness might be tempered by closeness to the throne he helped secured.
That's kind of cute, though.
Wow.
Wow.
You always hear about it, like history. But as you keep finding out the finer details, and then us also needing to use the same tools that made the history that got us here, it's just, this feels more real. Way more real than, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
It does. It's funny to think that we might be in these books.
Do we? Never mind.
No, what?
It almost makes it feel like we're doing such an extreme choice now. I mean, I guess me, I don't know. It just makes it feel like, we're doing some big historic thing to solve this problem, which I'm not against, but it does make me think and wonder. I'm like, how will the public react hearing about it if they, I don't know.
Won't lie out, Taylor, it kind of concerns me that it has taken this to show you that. But I'm sure, especially considering it is our father that will be the one that is delivering the verdict and the justifications for it. He's always had strong support. He has a silver tongue. It's always been his talent. And our justifications are sound enough, especially reading looser ones that has happened previously. I do not think we're entirely out of line for this.
I think we're doing the right thing. There are 3 options here. This. We try and break her out. Or she dies.
I think especially if it's going to be announced in front of the people of House Emberlin. I believe there is reason for them to be thankful that their Lady Paramount is saved as well. It's not only perhaps a good option, but a beneficial one as well. That the support
No,
of the
I'm not
House and
against.
also the people at large.
Yeah, I'm not against it, but it does. All I meant was I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but it's like solving. I don't know. Not that I don't think this is a big problem that we're dealing with, but I don't know. Some of these problems felt really big.
It would be like, I understand what you're saying. It would be like putting out a bonfire but dropping a lake on top of it.
Yes. That's a great analogy. That's how it feels. Not that I think we're making a wrong choice. It just,
I never thought the games of politics would be this, I don't know what the word is, but if I'm being honest, I don't like it.
I don't think politics was ever something you liked.
Probably why I enjoyed the missions.
As
At
if
least
that
things
wasn't
in the...
politics in itself, Edwin.
But the politics of the Nornothi are so much simpler. Everything over here just... I don't know, there's just so many people trying to get ahead of others that it destroys things.
And Monarchy has had plenty of time to reach their points of stability. We've had trials and tribulations, yes, but Daria's not had that luxury. We've had barely 80 years of it.
Which
I'm
is
sure-
unfortunate to think about.
I'm
Barely
sure
80 years
things
and
will
we're
simplify.
can only hope. Before we leave, I do want to go look for something. If you'll wait here, indulge me.
Now we
Oh,
should know
yeah.
what it is.
Oh, you will if I find it.
All right.
Just keep reading these over. Make sure we didn't miss anything. I'll be right back. And Joe, Edwin.
Yeah.
This is a big library, right?
Yeah.
Pretty decent size. Edwin wants to find some sort of ledger or history book or I don't know exactly what it would be called. I want to find out the ancestors of Davian Thalon. I want to know who this guy really is.
Okay.
I see.
Okay.
Trying to get dirt. That's probably not there because he's a spy master, but I'm looking.
Okay. Since you're looking for something really specific and something that is going to be hard to find, I'd like you to make a history check since you're searching by yourself.
Oh God.
So we didn't want the two people with proficiency to help you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see how this goes. Edwin might do a double take and go, guys, I can't find it.
Actually, can you help me?
What the hell is the Dewey Decimal System?
Everything in the North was written on rocks. I don't think that's true at all. But
No,
All right.
they have books. God.
I'm joking. I was joking.
Those
Guidance.
filthy savages. I don't know how they get
Guidance,
anything
nice.
done.
The guidance I saved for later is happening now.
Okay.
Boom.
Please, God.
I will have a -1 to this. Okay. Let's go. 17.
17. Okay, Edwin.
Talon. Jamie Talon.
You begin looking through the archives, trying to find some type of knowledge or anything that has any type of information on House Thalon. As House Thalon is a noble house, they are a vassal of House Emberlin. You try and find anything you can related to Davian himself. The best you can do is you do find some bloodlines. You can see that House Thalon is a rather large family, and they mostly partner with other minor houses that are vassals to House Emberlin. There's not really a whole bunch that they sort of mingle outwards. One thing that is fairly interesting is you do notice a couple connection to foreign nations, specifically the Kingdom of Solele. There have been a few marriages into House Thalon, which seems strange for a minor house, especially a vassal house, but there are a few marriages there. But with a 17, I mean, you can see Davian's, you can find his birth records, you can find tracing back to, you know, his parents and grandparents, and everything seems, you know, pretty normal. And what's really bothersome is, like, blandly so. I mean, it is just so clean. Like, there is nothing of note here. Like, you were able to find dirt on your own uncle, who is like this renowned hero of Adaria, but you can't find anything, not only on the Spy Master, but anything negative about House Thalon in general here.
Edwin walks back.
Well,
Did you find it?
No. I was looking for.
Would you like help?
I mean, wouldn't hurt, but I was trying to find documents, anything on Davian.
Well, everything
Found.
should be here.
Well, it's pretty clean. Meaning, absolutely nothing wrong has gone wrong with that family. According to records.
So what, he's just painfully average then?
Excruciatingly average. It almost to the point that it seems off.
None of these records could be tampered with.
I don't know if he's implying tampering or just like maybe there was like removing of anything spicy, you know?
Or maybe Thalon is a bucket of sunshine.
Maybe.
Oh well, it's fine. I'd hoped to find something. It's okay. Did you two find anything else in those books, or?
Nothing of note.
Oh. Well, is there anything else?
My bed.
That was all.
Were the two of you gonna look further with Edwin for stuff, or were you guys just gonna depart?
Do you want us to, Edwin?
It couldn't hurt. Sure.
Can you ask us?
Well,
Can you please help me find documents about?
Of course! I would love to help.
Okay. I'll remember this for future
Thank you.
conversation.
Communication is key. I kind of thought that's what you were implying, John, but I didn't. Nobody was like. I just wanted to be sure. Hopefully, I didn't overstep there, bud.
I'm gonna start looking too.
All right.
Guidance.
I just give her advantage.
Yeah,
I think
yeah. You guys.
Via has better rolls though.
Yeah, Via, you can roll with
Guidance.
advantage and guidance.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
from
okay. Is
later.
this history or investigation?
This would be. We'll say history.
They're the same, so it does not matter. Okay, not bad. Start with a dirty 20. And then a
Ooh.
fucking 2. Okay. And then guidance. Roar.
Split the
Add that
22.
to my dirty 20. 22.
Okay. So, Octavia, as you're searching, you find a couple of things.
Oh shit.
For one, you start looking through the same thing that Edwin looked through, which is just that basic family lineage. And as you're searching through it, there's something that that you recall. There is an individual within the Thallin line from quite some time ago. After the reign of Queen Etheria, there was her son, King Edoran. He pardoned somebody by the name of Davrick, and he was just called Spymaster Davrick in the documentation, but he had no last name mentioned in it, which was very strange to you. And as you're looking through the lineage of House Thallin, you notice that there is a Davrick Thallin that would have been alive at the same time. So you immediately go back over to that book about the person who was pardoned, and there was an individual, Davrick, who you now assume Davrick Thallin. His crime was an unauthorized assassination of an ambassador from the Arcadian Republic of Elysia, who he initially believed to be acting on false... it was initially believed that he was acting on false intelligence. So the king pardoned him because, after thorough investigation, I am convinced that Spymaster Davrick acted with the sincere belief that he was protecting the crown from imminent threat. While the consequences of his actions have been severe, the deception practiced upon him was so masterful that even our most skilled truth-seers were unable to detect it. In recognition of his 20 years of loyal service, during which he saved countless Adarian lives, I hereby pardon Spymaster Davrick with the provision that he step down from his position and serve as advisor to his successor. You can see there is an additional note here by a hand that is not the person who wrote the book, but it states that the family records will be updated to reflect this. It doesn't mention anything specific, and it's just sort of like a footnote at the bottom, but it's something that your eye catches. And it seems as though what you might assume is that there's some type of private record about House Thallin somewhere. Maybe not here, but there is some private record that if you could get your hands on it, might have a lot of really good information on.
Okay, yeah. Via will obviously bring Edwin over and be like, look at this, and kind of like...
I already read that one.
No. Look here and see this. There's no last name, but over here, if we can connect that. And so she'll keep walking him through everything, and then show like the little like note at the bottom too, and then say, I bet you that there is a more complete record that is somewhere. It's just not the one that is, kept in most places, because that one is like the complete version, while this is like the tidied up one.
Wow. See, I knew you were going to find something.
I mean, it's not nothing, but it's also not quite something. It's more like it's like a treasure hunt. We have a clue to the next thing. There's probably nothing here, but we can keep an eye out, when we're at different like archives and libraries, and see if we get lucky.
I would not be surprised if it is a record that they only keep in their family holding. If it is not here, I find it unlikely it'd be in other houses, any of their keeps and libraries.
Where's the Thallin keep?
So it is within the Ember Vale, the lands belonging to House Emberlin. Pilgrim's Rest is, let's see, it's about a 3.5-day walk from Faithspire inward. I think it's like a day and a half via train, but those are the only 2 ways to get there. Not the only 2, but those are the main 2 ways. You can fly, you can ride a horse, whatever, you know.
Dragon.
Kind of a little way out.
Yep, not too far, but definitely a little bit of a
Do that
journey.
now? I don't know. That feels really sus to do, though, if we're just doing that in the middle of everything, especially when there's space for them to figure out that we're moving towards their keep. Maybe that's not a good idea, actually.
And there is one more thing before that Via does discover. So, Via, you put that there, but there was something else you noticed in the records. That it seems as though, with your eye, with your 22, correction,
There we go.
the birth records of House Fallon they seem to be doctored. It seems as though there was a recent entry that had been removed. Now, those records can't be destroyed. They can't be removed from this place. So that means it's probably here somewhere. So if you'd like to search for it, I'd like an investigation check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I didn't realize.
Guidance.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see.
We're caught up now.
Okay. With some guidance, I already got a 21.
Ooh.
Come on.
Hot shit,
20,
hot shit.
23. All right. 22, 23. Look at you go, man.
I'm just counting up.
Okay. So then, what you eventually discover is moving through the documentation, moving through various birth records, looking for individuals that are young, right? It would have been a more recent birth record. You eventually find that there is a birth record that was moved from House Fallon to one of the banner bearers of House Falkrest, specifically that of House Vera, which are the sort of desert explorers, all the way to the far, far, far east. So the sort of farthest east part of Adaria. Rather isolationist, but it seems as though there is an individual who their record was removed from House Fallon and moved here. And that individual is a young man who is 16 years old. At this point would be 16 years old. And his name is Kyrian Vera. He is currently living in the hold capital of House Vera, which is Sands Reach. And in a spot where it talks about, you know, abnormalities at birth, it does talk about Hetio, isn't it? Hetio, oh my god, why can't I? Yeah, exactly.
Hetero?
He has one
Hetero.
one blue eye,
The
and then
fucking hetero, get rid of him.
he's straight. No. He has one blue eye. Not one blue eye. He has one blue iris with a white. Actually, normal. It looks normal. And then he has his other eye is amber with black sclera.
What color are Davian's eyes?
Both blue.
Does it mention by chance at all that this 16-year-old may or may not be a gnome?
Do they have the races?
He is not a gnome. He is human. But
Half human.
as with
Is he half
ancestry,
Is he a rather short human?
Short
Yeah,
type
is he on the
Is he
shortest side?
4'9"?
as with any individual, in Illico, right? It's like a Punnett square, and human is a dominant trait. His mother is noted here. Shara Vera, who is a lesser daughter, a cousin of the main sort of noble line of House Vera.
Where was she 16 years ago?
It's a really good,
Faith Spire.
Wow.
it's a really good question.
Was she in the Thalen household at some point?
We'd have
Wait.
to. I don't know.
Real question though.
Okay.
Oh,
now
wait.
it's a real one.
Davian. Okay, no, I see it right here. And Davian has been in service for 10 years. So
Yeah.
this is.
Yeah, before he became.
Should we just find
And he had free
documentation?
range to perhaps sire a child with one weird fucking eye.
I will
Boy,
say,
fucked up.
Sans Reach is only about a day and a half away from Skyhaven.
We're currently going there. That's what we could do.
Did we just? Hey, you two. Did we just uncover that Davian might have a child somewhere?
Yeah, possibly.
This isn't Edwin, by the way. He doesn't sound like that.
Oh, I thought that was Edwin. I was like, all right,
Did
Edwin.
we
just discover him have a child somewhere?
He doesn't have a child somewhere.
I'll be
Just-
dipped.
Well, I'll be damned. Does he have a child?
Highly possible.
That could be useful.
No. That bastard! He's going to sit here and threaten my... And he has his own.
Are you all done with
I'm
the
sorry,
Concord of the Crowns?
Oh, yeah, are we?
Yeah. we're
Yeah.
on that document, right?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank
sorry.
you.
Of course. I'll let you discuss whatever you need to. And she'll take the Concord. She walked up, and she walks away with Concord. You guys are alone now.
Recall what I'm saying. It's not like we need to do anything, but it is information we can leverage against him.
Doesn't feel right. I know he's leveraging that information against me, but that...
He clearly cares about this child. I'm sure if he knows that we know, he'd be more hesitant to act so rashly.
Guess it's good information to have.
And it's not like we intend to harm whoever this child is.
We are not going to harm this child.
We
But
will not
the
harm this
threat-
child. But it
Fine.
could mean the safety of others.
So, but the leverage I think here is less about us harming the child and more that we have information that if it got out and we know our spy master has enemies, he's a spy master. We know that if the information got out that he has a child and who it is, then he's afraid of whoever those enemies are hurting his child. We don't need to threaten
We
anything.
can still be those enemies. Threats
I know,
didn't
but
need to be
that's-
followed through.
I'm just, for you, Edwin, right? This is just information. A spy master has to scrub everything. He's got to be nothing, a no one, right? So that he can be as invisible as possible. You don't have to threaten the kid. Threaten his visibility, his humanity. People might hear about it. It would also put his lover, not wife, but probably someone else he cares about in danger too. If that information got out. And you don't have to. Obviously, I don't recommend it. But that's something.
Yeah. No, this is I don't know how to feel. Why would
We feel good. This is good. It's the thing we've been lacking is information.
I
This
know,
is our
but
first real concrete thing.
I just have so many questions. But it is good in a way.
and we can find more answers when we head back up north. I'm sure we'll be able to take a brief trip, speak to this wife prospect.
Like a plan. Thank you for finding that, Mia.
Mm-hmm. I know when something's been forged, so I have a kit of my own.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you forged something?
Oh, definitely back in school.
Oh.
Easy.
What were you forging back in school?
Grades.
Yeah, the last year, you guys now know, the last year was not good for me. So anytime anything got sent home to Dad, I just edited it a little bit so he didn't know how bad I was
forged your
doing.
report card to Dad.
And concerning letters from teachers. Yeah.
Oh, Thea.
You're telling me it was
Edmund.
worse than what it was?
Let's just say I graduated and thank God. Sorry, maybe I
Did you
shouldn't.
graduate? Was that not forged too?
No, I did. I promise. That's real. That's real. I did. I made it. I did some extra credit right at the end and they had pity on me. So it's all good.
Well, that's good, Thea.
Here I was thinking you at least picked yourself up somewhat.
I did.
This Edwin looks back and forth to the two of them. This isn't going to turn into an argument, is it?
No, I
No.
simply think that she should have at least committed herself more.
It
It
was
almost
just
failed out of school, Octavia.
It was
Seriously.
a hard time. That's all. But I didn't.
And that is the part that matters. She did not.
Mhm.
Yes, thankfully it is.
Xanthi looks at Xanthi. It's okay.
Edwin, this is just me and Xanthi. This is our dynamic. It's also okay.
Oh.
It's how I know she loves me.
Sorry, I'll start picking up on all of these things the longer we hang out.
You will.
Well,
Okay.
it's really late.
And with
My
that,
bed is calling.
all of you gather the information you have. You write it down in various notebooks. You're not allowed to take any of the books or information. You're not allowed to take any of the books with you, but you can transcribe any of the information you want and take that with you. So you leave the Church of Unity, their headquarters, behind, and you return to Sunvale Keep. As all of you pass through the gates, you head to your various rooms. Before the night is over, we're going to cut to Merrick, actually. As Merrick, kind of sitting in the room that was provided for you. What has Merrick been doing for, the past hour or so since the conversation in the hall?
He's just trying to distract himself right now, so I think he basically, component by component, took apart the entirety of the Arcan gun, and he goes through its cleaning, because, you need to clean your gun for gun safety. Even when magic's involved, I imagine. And then he's going through his drills, military style, putting it together as quickly as he can, and, loading, a shot into it, obviously not firing, but just going through his drills of just trying to put it together as quickly as he can, in case of emergency, and he needs it put together. And yeah, he's just dead focusing on that, because he's trying to not let his mind wander right now.
Okay, fantastic. Merrick, as you... Oh, wait, am I coming through on Discord? My thing's not lighting up.
I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I think it's just because I have the chat popped out, and I hadn't noticed up until right now, so that I wasn't lighting up, so I just wanted to make sure.
For sure.
So, oh my, ooh, man, that was a fun voice crack right there. Let me take a sip of water real quick. Merrick, as you're doing these drills, taking this time to study and practice to distract yourself, you hear this faint echo in your head. I apologize for not using voice mod
Pain in my butt. I forgot to set it up. Whoops.
So, you hear a faint echo in your voice. So, theater of the mind, imagine it. All right. A very familiar, soft voice. Very strange that it is communing with you all the way from Crown's Rest. Merrick, can you hear me?
Yeah?
He can hear me. He can hear me. There's a very faint, muffled voice that you can almost hear as Solara's, as if she was talking to the egg and convinced it to do something, and now it's reaching out to you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. I mean, you're a little echoey, but all the words are coming through.
He can hear me. Solara wants me to
this is
ask you, is everything going okay in Faithspire?
Oh. No. No, it's not.
You hear the dragon go, he says it's not. And something Lady Solara says, and the dragon goes, Lady Solara is very sorry, and I am too. I wish things were going better. Would it help if she were to come? If I were to come?
I don't think that's a really good idea right now.
I know I'm...
Thanks, though.
I'm still an egg, but I could try and help somehow.
No, that's genuinely very nice of you to offer, but right now, just you keep doing what you're doing. You know, hearing your stories, focusing on getting your strength up. That's the most you can do to help right now.
Solara told me about heroes of Adaria, like Rainier. I want to be like Rainier. I want to help one day when I hatch. Can I do that? She says the King's Hand helps people. Can I help you do that one day?
I really hope so. That's definitely something we're gonna have to talk to the king about, though. I'm sure you understand by now that things are a little complicated in that regard.
She told me about the dragon's triarchy, Nidarion, Xantarix, and Zazris, and why it's concerning that 3 dragon eggs of similar hues were found. Theoretically, I would be connected to the Zazris, wouldn't I?
People are gonna say you are.
I don't like to scheme. I don't play tricks. I don't think I'd ever want to be a human. No offense. I'm still an egg.
None taken.
But I think I'd like to be a dragon most, if not all, of the time when I hatch. I think, at least.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Things are gonna be very hard for you. But I'll be there every step of the way as long as I can.
And that's good, and that's okay. I think the stories that Solara reads to me, I always like the ones with an underdog. So if people don't like me initially, it just gives me more of a reason to prove that I'm not bad like the other ones.
That's really good to hear. How, have you been able to... Has anyone been able to talk to your siblings yet?
And you can see that the murmuring of Solara kind of cuts off, as it seems as though it's just you two now. I don't know who to tell this to. The Archmage is... She's fine, I suppose. She's not nearly as kind to Solara, but she's not cruel or mean. And I'm afraid that if I speak with Solara, she might say something in the chamber, but... I think they are speaking. But I don't think they're speaking with the Lady Solara or with the Archmage. I can feel them moving, reaching out, but not to me. Not to anyone in that room. I don't know what's happening, Merrick, and I don't know if I'm just making things up, but I am nervous about my siblings. I don't want them to be evil dragons.
Yeah, none of us want that. But hey, one step at a time, right?
Right.
Like you said, you're still in your egg. We can start worrying about things when you're out.
I think for now, I could still be used as a good weapon. If I'm thrown hard enough, I think I could do a fair bit of damage.
That I believe. But we'll get there. Solara says she thinks it'll be soon, but just be patient a little longer, okay?
Okay. Should I tell Solara? I'm just worried about her saying something in the room, or that they might be able to hear me if I'm speaking with someone so close.
I trust her. Do you?
I do. I don't know who can listen in. That's the only thing I'm nervous about.
We can't control what anyone else is going to be doing. But if you tell her, then at least you have one more person who's going to be keeping an eye out for them. Because right now I can't be there to do it with you. I can't tell you if it's the right decision or not. Maybe someone will overhear or someone will listen, but better to try and fail than to not try and something bad happens anyway.
You're right. All right, well, I'll let you get back to your evening, and I'll say something to Solara. Maybe not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. She seems tired.
I'm sure a day will be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure she is.
If you could, tell Samson hi. He was very nice.
I'll try.
When we spoke, when he was in here.
I will pass that on.
Thank you, Merrick.
You're welcome.
And with that, you hear this, like, whoop, this kind of like pop noise as the connection is broken.
It's and the Skype disconnect sound.
Unfortunately, it's Skype, you know.
Which they're closing down.
Yeah. So it is really an artifact of a past age. But Merrick, as that connection is broken, a few moments pass and you hear a knock on your door. As it's Prince Lionel, and he says, Prince Merrick, if you had a moment, I only wanted to speak very briefly.
Merrick puts the last of his gun together. Come in.
And he opens the door. You can see, same as when he was talking to Kalen, doublet, you know, he's not wearing his armor right now. I just wanted to stop by and thank you for your kindness earlier and your immediate willingness to help, even if it meant breaking laws to retrieve my mother from the rectory.
Sorry.
But I know that all things didn't go initially as I had hoped, and I did not act how I wish to represent myself. I want to let you know I'm appreciative for you advocating for what truthfully was in the best interest of House Emberlin. I know that's not easy to do, all things considered, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I still think this current plan is a mistake. But I told you I'd follow your lead.
I understand. Involving the king, I think, could potentially do harm to all of yours. The king's hand image, I think, but
I'm not worried about us, Lionel. I'm worried because we've had signatures from every church leader saying that they are worried that Derek is someone who goes too far. And we're about to bring in the king to pardon your mother. We are gambling that Derek is more afraid of the consequences that will come to him than the consequences of releasing your mother. That's my concern. You're right, we have the right to do it, we can legally do it. But the risk is entirely on your mother. That's why I was fighting so hard against that. Maybe everything will be fine, I hope it is.
and I appreciate that. And I hope, by the gods, all of them, I hope it is. And if it isn't, then we'll cross that road when we get there. If Derek does do anything to my mother, then the Church of the Broken Sun in its entirety pays. It's no small act to go against an edict, especially one of the Concord. I hope it doesn't come to that. Same as you. I'd hate very deeply to lose her. But I part of the reason I wanted to stop by is I wanted to give you a small token of my appreciation.
Merrick just kind of waits.
I know that you represent equal parts House Falkrest and House Veltaris, but I figured that most of your missions, from this point on, there's a chance they might keep you fairly landlocked. So I thought it'd be nice to be able to keep a part of the sea with you. And he sort of pulls out a very simple pin. You can see that it is silver, and it is etched with a small ship on the top of it. It's very simple. It's very well crafted, but it's not meant to be gaudy. It's not meant to be over the top. Just, you know, a sentimental small gift. Just as a thank you for your kindness and for being as outspoken as you were.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, I will let you return to your evening, Prince Merrick, and if there's anything else that you need, don't hesitate to ask.
Are you a religious man, Lionel? You yourself?
Yes, I am.
What do you believe in? Not gods, but principles. What defines your life and how you live it?
I believe in a pursuit of knowledge, that it can inform the decisions we make so we avoid the mistakes of the past. I believe that every person, almost every person, intrinsically has good in them. I want to believe that the world is a kind place, just with pockets of malice buried deep within it. And I know, based off what happened today, it does not seem that way, but I do believe that organized, logical discussion is the best way to resolve conflicts. I think that the fate of my mother got me more heated than what I anticipated.
We all have our breaking points, Lionel. If Derek had my mother, this mission would have gone very differently, I assure you.
And I understand that entirely. I'm just thankful that I, at least for now, still have mine. I spoke with her tonight, actually. I'm very happy that she's still alive. I had not realized that your sister, that she had lost her mother. It makes me very, very sad for her.
Out of the King's Hand, I'm the only one whose mother is still fairly active in their life. Last I heard, at least.
I know that, from what I hear, Sean Veltaris is a calloused woman, but I think all mothers carry a deep love for their children, and I think I see that clearly in the way you speak of her.
She can be hard, but she understood that the world I was growing up in was not going to be soft nor kind to me. I think she was trying to prepare me for that.
And it's very clear that she has. But I will allow you to return to rest, Prince Merrick, and I will see you in the morning.
What gods do you pray to?
I mostly find myself praying to those of the Church of Unity. They are the ones that I find the most comfort in, of order, city, and solidarity. So Seraphis, Kalis, and Ithera.
I've never been religious myself, but I will offer a prayer to your mother. I cannot promise it will mean much, but it will be one more voice.
Thank you, my prince. That is a great kindness you bestow upon me and my mother.
Rest well as best you can, Lionel. These next few days will be hard.
With that, he'll give a nod, and he'll leave your room and shut the door behind him. All right. Fun frickin' tastic, dude.
Tastic.
So with that, eventually the three siblings who were out at the Church of Unity, you would arrive back shortly after that conversation. Prince Lionel will greet you as you enter Sunvale Keep, and he'll once again sort of guide you to your rooms, and once again to all of you, he will apologize for his previous behavior to the three of you. He's apologized so much now that we're going to kind of speed through it a little bit.
Silly goose. You don't need to apologize anymore.
Tricks are for kids.
But eventually, as all of you are preparing to turn in for the night, is there anything anybody wanted to do before eventually heading to sleep?
There was a little thing I would like to do.
Oh?
Xanthi, when she gets back, she does go to her room. But before she gets herself settled at all, like, she's just standing there for a long moment and then just turns back to the door and is going to head out. Because through the keep there are still like higher ranking members of like Church of the Broken Sun to keep guard, right?
Correct.
It's not just like grunt work.
Yeah.
She wants to find like one of the, I don't know what their ranking system is, but someone that's on the higher side of things.
Yeah, it'd be a solar champion, would be the men in the large armored suits, same as Derek.
She'll find one of those ones. Solar champion, that's what she's after, thank you.
Okay.
And she'll approach and just greet them. I don't know what is most appropriate. but
Yeah.
she would do the most appropriate thing, because, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Uh,
Of course.
and she'll ask, as a matter concerning the King's Hand, given we arrived with a stowaway on our ship, I understand that they were taken into your church's questioning. I should like to know if there was any reports that you're aware of from there.
You see the two look to each other, and the one that you initially addressed looks down towards you and begins to speak and will say,
Yes, the stowaway. The member of the edict. Or the Order of the Edict. Not on their person, but within the ship itself, we found something in the cabin that they had been staying in. Something alarming that led us to further question her intentions within Faithspire and the truth of where she was truthfully heading.
Well, are you able to share anything of its nature?
you can see the two of them kind of look towards each other for a moment as they're trying to figure out, with everything that is going on, what can be shared with you guys, because things are obviously different for the King's Hand.
She was on our vessel, a vessel that was responding to the hand of the king. If there's anything alarming, I should like to know. It is a matter of security.
Yes, Princess, we understand. Typically, information is withheld until investigations are complete, but considering the extenuating circumstances, I believe it's only fair that we do share this with you. Oh my god, I have something. I'm so sorry. Oh.
Well,
You know, when you
sure,
have
I
something
will.
in your eye, you're not supposed to rub it.
No, it feels good. Do
Yeah.
it.
I didn't hear that. You're supposed to rub it.
Rub it till you start seeing stars. That's the best part.
Why is
Rub it
everything
until it comes
glowing?
That's radiant.
So the Solar Champion will say,
There were tablets found on her person. Small, thin stone tablets, but tough as metal. They couldn't be bent or broken. On them had ancient inscriptions that no member, not even High Solar Marathis, could read or comprehend. The only thing that we were able to decipher was when channeled with the magic of identification, there was a song that could be heard, a low thrumming, an unnatural tone. She denies any involvement or knowledge of what it is. And it seems as though the plates are harmless, nothing to do with Kython, Void, or Draconic influence. So she will most likely be released within the next few days, and the plates will be kept in the vaults of the Church of the Broken Sun.
So something alarming was found on her person and she is to just be released.
Well, it only depends what is found in the next few days of questioning. This is a smaller case handled by captains. The High Solar has no interest in it. She may not make it to the final few days. We will only see.
But of the tablets, there's something that no one can understand that does not interest him.
Currently, the High Solar's interests lie with the Lady Paramount. Perhaps when this whole ordeal is completed, he may turn his attention to the plates.
That's well, understandable, I suppose. Should any alarming information be found through questioning, I should like for the King's Hand to be informed.
I suppose that can be done. Captain Dawnguard is leading the investigation. Should anything be found of interest, I will inform him that you would like to know.
And be appreciated.
Of course, Princess.
Have a good rest of your night.
You as well. With that, they'll walk off.
And then she will actually retire.
Okay, sounds good. So with that, all of you head to bed. You sleep throughout the night, and the night passes peacefully. No dark nightmares, no awful experiences. As the sun begins to rise, all of you rise with it. The 6th of October in the year 1103. So, as all of you rise on that lovely morning, does anybody have anything they're doing during the day before Talon arrives this evening?
No.
I don't think
I'll
anything
say
of
no.
note.
Nope.
Stand
When
down
is-
low, not look
when is-
suspicious. Please.
When is Talon arriving?
In about, I'd say in about 12 hours, at about 6, 7 p.m.
Oh God. No. No. He's not gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you sure?
It's a conversation that doesn't need to happen right now. So
Okay.
he doesn't need to.
Alrighty. Sounds good. So, with that, in a very interesting turn of events, we're gonna go ahead and that's not the vibe. Chill out, bro.
Man, Hound's making an
Presenting
entrance.
the king. Dun, 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 dun.
Feels kind of like the vibe, you know? Gives enough pomp.
So we're gonna go ahead and move forward here a considerable amount of time.
Talon's pulling up with Leonard Skinner on the front of the airship.
So there is this hush that falls over the city of Facespire as on the horizon it is seen not just any airship. Airships fly in and out of Facespire rather frequently, maybe one a day, carrying various forms of cargo. However, the airship that is the sort of one that is solely used by the King of Adaria under moments of extreme importance is twice as large, armed with so many more cannons and anti-airfare artillery should they be accosted by various smaller airships or mounted flying creatures. You can see several of the Crown Claw Knights. It looks as though 4 mounted on their wyverns flying next to it. I mean, it is the arrival of King Talon the Kind to the city of Faithspire. All of you head to the airship docks, as well as Sir Lionel and Sir Lionel's private guard. As the airship docks, you can see that coming off the ship is not only Naja Eldrin, who is the Knight Commander of the Crown Claw Knights, Gareth Thornfield, the Lord Regent, but also your father. The three of them are the three individuals that make their way off. You can see Naja is staying very close to Talon's side, coming to a city that she did not have time to vet, that she did not have time to investigate, before being spurred at a moment's notice to come here. And you can see Talon dressed in his regal, kingly attire, the crown set upon his brow. And you can see he's happy to see his children, of course, but there is a tenseness to his brow as the onlookers are just mouth agape, eyes wide, the king in Faithspire. And as Talon moves to hug his children, happy to see all of you, and Prince Lionel bows, and the Crown Claw Knights begin to make circles around the cities. These sort of like aerial units to spot any amount of trouble or problems. That is where we are going to go ahead and end tonight's session. And picking up next week, you guys are going to have to elaborate the situation in full to Dad and hope that he's cool with it. So yeah, an unexpected turn of events, I'm not gonna lie. Especially, you know, having Dad show up. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody.
Stop dying, Jesus.
I don't know if you can hear it, but my voice at the beginning was like fine, and now it's like actually raspy. So thanks everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Be sure to tune in next week for the Crimson Court, because we'll be playing next week. Be sure to follow on Twitch. Be sure to subscribe on YouTube. Lots of new advice videos coming out there, so make sure you check those out. Share those if you like them. Like, comment, all that good stuff. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you in the next one.